The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to Yoga and Meditation episode. We have lots of fun with this topic because yoga is one of the very beautiful as well as popular workouts that people practice, not only for their body, but for mind and soul as well. And that's why we will discuss about the same topic on yoga and meditation. But before that, let's start with the mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. I'll be chanting Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. As these words of peace resonate within us, and we chant it 3 times. For the world where we are, for the world we were in, and for the world we will be. May peace be restored all the time. And also to explore, to think about what is our journey of life, where we have come from, and where we will be going to. That's what is the topic of today. Yoga and meditation. Meditation, the journey within yourself, and yoga, a pathway towards that journey. As we talk and meet with ourselves, we share an insight, not with everyone, but with ourselves. And that's what is yoga. Right from the beginning of the postures, Tadasana to Shavasana, the whole journey of life is with. And to discuss about this, to get more insights of what the practices of yoga are best for people, what is a holistic modality, we, with our experts and our resident contributors, who will be sharing with you the better insight on the same topic of yoga and meditation. And I very warmly welcome Dr. Kailash Parekh, our resident panelist and our co-host, as well as Riddhi Vyas, who is our host of today, who will be hosting with me, as well as a co-producer of today's episode. A very warm welcome to both of you in Global Namaste once again.
Global Namaste.
Kailash, you have been with diverse topics in your life to know, to study, and to get so many accolades with. And what do you think why yoga and meditation is important for life? And then we will discuss about it in depth and at length with Riddhi as well.
Okay, thank you, Amrita ji, and Global Namaste to everyone. What a wonderful topic this week. Yoga and meditation. As you mentioned, what does it mean to me? It means part of my life, basically. Just as I'm breathing, yoga and meditation go hand in hand for our holistic health. It's not just about the physical, it's about the mental, emotional well-being as well. And yoga and meditation helps us to do that, because mind, it controls so many aspects of everything. And if we can control the mind, the breath, we can be in more balance with ourselves, and we have a clear thinking. This oxygen can, help, internally with all our organs as well. And just like even just starting with that is just, this mantra that we just closed our eyes and just meditated, just kind of relaxed me. And wow, I felt this surge of energy. Just that couple of minutes makes a huge difference. And so, that means, yoga and meditation means so much in terms of in my life, in terms of me managing my health and well-being, my mental health, and to energize myself. And I think it's such an important that even if we can imbibe just a few minutes of this in our lives, then it would be, so beneficial to all of us. And I say this to my students, and I do support students with, with autism, with anxiety, depression. And I just tell them to just relax, just do this couple of minutes. And it really does help them to refocus themselves, just calm down their nerves. And then this clear thinking helps. So I'm already imbibing that in my learning, in my education, my students as well. And such powerful, we need to spread this across, the whole globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. It is a very powerful tool to spread, and the aroma of which can be felt and the imprints of which are quite permanent, and they are the ones that will be the great markers of our soul journey towards life. Let's hear from Riddhi what she has to say, and also welcome her. Global Namaste, Riddhi, once again. And you yourself are in the field of yoga and meditation since so many years. You have been practicing, teaching, with holding a lot of retreats and wellness programs all over the world. What is your take on how yoga and meditation has benefited you personally? And then we'll dive deep into your topics which you are expert in. Over to you.
Global Namaste to everyone, and welcome here to the yoga and meditation session. Amrita ji, thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. So yoga and meditation is a key aspect of my life simply because I like to breathe. I haven't yet met anyone that can actually hold their breath for longer than 2 minutes. And I think that's a pivotal part of actually being alive on Mata Bhumi, on this planet Earth, and to be able to respect nature for all that it has to offer us. We see the way that a tree moves, and we think about how we can steady our mind into the pivotal moment, away from the Ida and the Pingla, the left and the right, into the Shushumna Nari, which is the central vertebrae. It's also the central power of the mind and the central power of the body, to be able to really be able to ground ourselves into the present moment. And that's what life teaches us, regardless of what happens, regardless of what tensions there are, to be able to find that central pivotal moment and to come back to ourselves in the present.
That's a beautiful insight, in fact, where you explore the inner journey through the subtle channels of your life. And you think that they are also very important and they play a primary role in your life. Before we discuss further, can you tell me some of your favorite poses that you always love to be in?
I think the most favorite one that even I see with my students as well is Shavasana. Just the beauty of how simple it is to just be able to lie in the mat, but also it works on a much deeper level. And that is the connection between the mind, the body, the breath, the emotions, and the intellect. And I think it's so important because the Western world literally look at it as the mind-body paradigm, the mind-body complex. But when we look at it through the Vedic lens, we can see that it goes further into spirituality and consciousness as well.
Yeah, I think Shavasana has a much more things to hold on and many things to explore, and it has its own dynamics if practiced in a very nice way. Despite that, you take it um, so loose that most of the time people start snoring there. Yeah. Kailashi, what are your favorite poses of practice?
Yeah, can I just sort of follow on from what you're saying, Riddhi, about the spirituality? I absolutely, honestly, I can't agree more with what you said, because even when I go to Mandir and I just sit there, just looking at the murtis as well, there's this spiritual connection, and just like takes you to the different, sort of a different kind of dimension, really, and uplifts me, my soul, inside me, the atma and everything. So it's all holistic. It's not just, like you said, the mind and the body, but the spirituality is so important. Even just closing, like I was saying to you, Amrita, you just listening to the vibration, of the Gayatri mantra just takes you into this kind of a trance, if you will. So I love that. And
did you know that the way that these Vedic mandirs are actually designed is they're designed chakra by chakra? So when we first enter into the mandir, that's the feet. And when we're actually very close to the murti itself, ready for puja, that's the crown chakra. So it's a beautiful journey, therefore, throughout the human system as well and beyond.
Absolutely, yeah. Those chakras are very important, isn't it? And it's built in a way. The mandis are, with the Shilpa Vastu Shastra as well. So it is there designed to help us with your spirituality and to balance all those chakras in our body. So I just love the science, the sacred science, and just love it, basically. So yes, Amrita, answer to your question. Yeah, answering your question, I love just sitting in that meditative posture, and just that silence. It is so powerful.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Kailashi, it's also Riddhi's achievement in her life. So let's congratulate her for getting masters in yoga with distinction. That's really a very nice achievement. So Riddhi, many congratulations from not only me or Kailash ji, but also from all the Healing Our Earth family and also our founder and director, Neil ji. So we are
Thank you
really
very much.
proud to have you with us and at this platform where we not only share the people, their expertise, and their experiences, but also as a part of family, we feel proud for the achievements that they make in their life. And I think it makes everyone proud of all these achievements that each member of Healing Our Earth family achieves. So, wonders and glitters in your life.
And Amrita ji, it actually goes way beyond that for me as well. For me, it's been a personal journey, absolutely, but it's also one where I can now actually help other people and to see where they are in their own lives and to be able to take them to the next level. So for me to be able to see, especially in the UK, growing the Yokulam chapters, going into corporates and helping them with mental wellness and emotional intelligence to be able to cope better in their lives and seeing how their lives transform as a result has just been wonderful to be able to see those results shining in other people's lives too.
Yeah, and we really wish a very bright future for you because Masters in Yoga has got a very bright avenues in forms of profession, in forms of many things that you can explore in the business world of yoga as well as the expertise. What are your future plans after this in field of yoga as you're already into it?
So
And
for
that will
me,
also give our viewers the idea what they can do through yoga practices, in fact. Yes, please.
absolutely. So I was actually going to touch on this a little bit later. But since you've asked the question, I'll do it now. So one of the projects that I'm actually working on in the UK is called Yog Kulam UK. And that we're working alongside Yog Kulam USA and Yog Kulam Bharat as well. It is primarily there to help the youngsters in society to gain roles in leadership, which empower them as human beings. It also empowers them in their life and in their careers as well. So that's fundamental to be able to give them the skills to be able to help them to become more in their own lives, and also to see how this energy, how this prana transforms them in their own being as well. I think so many times as humans, we're so busy doing, we forget the being part of it. But by aligning ourselves to our chakras, to who we truly are as Atmas on this Mata Bhumi, opens up a whole different world completely.
Right, great. We will be talking more about it at length. And as you already mentioned about chakras, let's welcome our resident contributor, Dr. Jitendra Patwari ji, who is a writer as well as a practitioner of yoga, and with his book Chakra Samhita, what he has to tell our viewers about the chakras of life and how these wheels go round and round, all the way from the cycle of the roads to the cycle of the life. Let's welcome Kailash ji and Riddhi, Dr. Jitendra Patwari ji.
Thank you, Amrita. Global
Evening
Namaste,
and
everyone.
namaste to you.
Congratulations, Riddhi.
Thank you.
Everyone
Global
here. I
Namaste
welcome
ji.
my friends from India also. I can see some names here. So I welcome all of them to this platform. They are new to come on this platform. Connected
Harpreet ji,
with
can you
me.
make your camera landscape, please?
Harpreet comes every time. Meghna is new. Vidyaji is new. Shanu has come for the first time.
Perfect.
Nazia. And but all are connected with yoga, chakra and meditation and yoga at least. And here you all are chakra experts now. Amrita, Riddhi, all are Amrita. Riddhi, really at young age, you've done a great job. Once again, congratulations to you.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. Please do lead the way. I know you've done so much work in terms of chakras, your own PhD, also the Chakras Samhita, and I am so excited to hear what you have in store for us today.
Yeah, this time I'm going to take only a small part of it. My topic was radiant and rooted. The time actually is information overload. And whenever there is information overload, pineal gland is getting affected. That means third eye is getting affected. And the maximum chances so far, have been now because of the technology. The moment the news just happens and within few seconds, missiles, rather faster than missile, the news spreads and hitting our pineal gland. Information overload is there everywhere after internet and now particularly with social media and many other things. So we have lost to remain grounded. We are always thinking. This news or that news. Iran or Iraq, Europe or America. What will happen next? Worried. What will happen in the next 2 days? So many astrologers are coming and they're also saying this will happen, that will happen. A very bad time will come. The time has come or not, but we are projecting that part and we are losing our ground. So we need to remain grounded. Insecurity, fear, all those are survival instincts connected to the root chakra. So we should remain rooted. But can a tree, which has only roots, be of any use? The tree has to have trunk. The tree has to have leaves, everything. And then it can be of use. Otherwise, the roots under the land cannot be of any use. So at the same time, not being rigid, not being just connected to the roots, we have to flourish also. We have to have all the tastes of life. We have to enjoy the life also. We have to spread our light, our creativity, and that's radiance. So that again comes with sacral chakra. Let us take only two within the given time and looking to the subject, radiant but rooted, or we can say rooted and radiant, and more so in the modern life. It was a time when people used to sleep at 8 o'clock, there was no electricity, nothing. Now even at 2 o'clock somebody calls up, and earlier we used to miss a key or lose a key and get impatient. Now we are losing keys, we are losing mobiles, we are losing passwords, and we are losing patience. Just talking to you and see the phone came. Give a minute, I'll just close it. I'll just set it off. It's a proof that it will not allow us to remain rooted. So anyway, theory is enough. A lot of theory we all have. All are experts here. The best part is to experience that. So in the little 10 or 15 minutes we have, let us try to subconsciously go to the journey of remaining rooted and at the same time spread our radiance. First of all, let us become radiant and then spread it. So a little meditation, we'll go through that. Please be comfortable. Close the eyes gently and be ready for the meditation. Just be with your breath. Just to witness the breath. Doing nothing else. Be with the breath. It may be coming from one nostril, exhaling from another nostril. Only when we are meditative, both the nostrils are working together. Right now, try to find out which nostril you are inhaling from, which nostril you are exhaling from. and for the time being, get cut off from all the worries, all the thoughts, all the plannings, which are not allowing us to remain rooted. Feel a flow of cosmic energy, which is all around, which is coming on the ground also, and which is coming from the floor also, from the left and from the right, from the top and from the bottom, from the opposite side and from the back side. Let the energy flood you. Be with the energy and get relaxed. Feel the energy flow on the forehead. Relax the eyes, cheekbones, cheeks, jaws in particular, ears, neckline, behind the head, upper back, lower back, middle back. See that wherever your attention goes, you are getting relaxed. Throat, collarbone, chest, belly, ribs, waist, pelvic area, up to perineum, thighs, knees, feet, soles. Find yourself becoming heavy. Your weight is increasing. With every count of mine, your weight is increasing. 10, 9. Your body is becoming heavy and mind is becoming relaxed. 8, 7, 6, 5. Your weight is so increased that the floor below has become soft and your legs are going down. 4, your legs are going further down, widening like the roots of a tree. 3, 2, 1, 0. You are firmly grounded. Your legs are sucking the energy from the land below, from the earth, which is the element of root chakra. And the earth is always ready to nourish you with all that you require. Feel the red, radiant energy coming up, climbing from the soles to feet, to knees, to thighs, to the perineum, and feel a red, vibrant ball moving there on the perineum. You are firmly grounded. All the energy of insecurity, fear is just melting and through your soles and toes, marching into the earth. You are safe, secure, free from all worries. The vibrations are spreading up to the belly, chest, throat, face, crown. That ball is moving now, moving up And when it's moving up, the color is changing. It's getting orange colored. Orange color is spreading in the pelvic area, in the organs connected to regeneration, reproduction. Feel the flow of divine water flushing everything inside, clearing everything. At the same time, the fragrance of orange. The water is spiraling inside, clearing all the organs. And now the orange colored liquid is spreading everywhere, making you radiant, creative, alive, ready to get all the pleasure in the life, happiness, pleasure, and that's your birthright. And it's your duty to explore all the places, to get as creative as possible. And today, the cosmos is helping you to do that. Feel the gush of energy in the sacral chakra, that is reproductive organ area, pelvic area. And see the golden thread connecting the root chakra and the sacral, connecting the perineum, the red ball, and the orange water. And now this radiance, your liveliness is moving up, moving around the belly. Your confidence increasing multifold. Going up again, and your heart is full of compassion and love for yourself, for everyone around you, for everyone in your thoughts, for everyone on this earth, for everyone in this universe. On the flow, going up on your throat chakra, inside that, you feel like sky element moving there, sky blue colored energy. Throat chakra and sacral, pelvic area and throat is a direct connection. Root and crown is a direct connection. And you can feel the same energy in throat, removing the energy of all the blocked words that you have ever wanted to speak, but you have never been able to speak for various reasons. The energy is moving up, face is glowing. And along with the glowing face, radiant face, the energy is moved to the crown. A direct connection established between root and crown, a circuit moving from the crown to root and back to crown. You are feeling rejuvenated and yet grounded and yet connected to the cosmos, connected to your intuition, to your psychic powers, to your vocal power, to your loving nature, to your confident nature, to your joyful nature. and yet grounded. Slowly, 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 feel the energy all around you. You are packed with energy, an energy bomb now. And a fresh counting is started. 1, just move your fingers a bit. 2, feel the breathing, deep breathing. Then what you had started. 3, your pulses. 4, slowly, without any jerk, open your eyes. 5, if they are getting closed, let them. And now open. And feel grateful to the earth, to water, to fire, to space, to light, to entire cosmos, to the time that has made it possible for us to gather here in spite of being physically far away. Thankful to the technology too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this was a short experience that we could take in a short time that we had. My only observation is whenever we are talking about meditation, we are talking of third eye chakra or crown chakra, forgetting the root, forgetting the sacral. But without remaining grounded, we cannot remain peaceful. Without remaining, with ignoring sacral, all the pleasures of life, we cannot remain happy. And I believe happiness is the ultimate goal. Through relationship, through money, through convenience, whatever, the final goal is happiness. So, thank you everyone for being with me. Yes, Riddhi, Amrita, over to you.
So, Jitendra ji, thank you once again for your presentation. And I think it's so pivotal, especially nowadays as well, where stress is on the horizon, people are in their modern day lifestyles, to just be able to ground like a tree grounds itself, to be able to hold itself steady in the root chakra, and then find the happiness, the love, the peace that comes from that. And if we look at each one of us being like a tree, in a massive ecosystem, which is the world around us, we can find that point for ourselves and then be able to grow and express from there. And we become the love that we want to share in the surroundings around us too. And I think it's such a prime example to go back to as well. So it's wonderful to have you joining us, Jitendra ji.
My pleasure. It's always a pleasure to come on this platform.
It's always a pleasure to have you with us too.
Okay, Nil Kumar has come now.
Global Namaste,
Thinking where the king
Dr.
has gone.
Jitendra. Global Namaste, Dr. Jitendra Patwari.
I was thinking where the king is not there. The king has come now.
He's always there behind the scenes. It's so wonderful to see Nazia, Harpreet, so many
Vidya
more
is
friends.
there. Shanu is there.
Shanu is there, yes.
Shanu is there. Shraddha is there.
Shraddha is here as well. So it's wonderful.
Namaste to the whole team.
And welcome to Healing Our Earth. It's your platform as well. You can all join whenever you feel like.
Meghna is there, yeah. Meghna is for the first time.
Now,
Harpreet has come earlier, but Nazia, Meghna, Vidyaji, they all are coming for the first time.
Nazia is here.
They were actually eagerly waiting for your platform.
Comes
Our
regularly.
platform.
Harpreet comes regularly and Healing Our Earth.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's beautiful as well. Meghna is here as well. So Nazia, Harpreet, Meghna, Shanu, they're all wonderful and thank you for spreading the good work.
It was nice on the part of Nazia. She has come in my contact just before 2 days. We have talked today only, and she is now here. She's a yoga teacher from Delhi.
Wonderful. And I believe you are enjoying a wonderful temperature there of 47 degrees. Are you using
Harpreet is always a co-host in my Zoom meetings.
Are you using yoga and meditation to cool off?
Pardon?
I said, I'm glad that you are enjoying 47 degrees in India, which is very hot, but are you guys enjoying yoga and meditation to cool off?
Yeah.
Yes, Harpreet's nodding.
Yes, and
Wonderful.
we here in London, we are only coming to 31 degrees today and 32 tomorrow, and
It
we
really
are on
feels
an
like a heat
amber
wave.
and a red warning.
Oh,
So you can imagine how it
I
is.
mean,
It is.
actually, yoga
evening,
helps us feel cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Harpreet, where are you? Which city are you in?
I'm in Ahmedabad, sir.
Ahmedabad, yes. So you reach
Yes.
46, 47 degrees and
Yeah, it's normal.
And
But you
Nazia,
follow
you
the
are in
cooling
you are in
pranayams to
Delhi.
keep you sane.
Yes, it helps. It helps. Especially the Nari Shodhan one.
Yes,
Yeah.
to
And
feel
there
the
are other
balance.
pranayams also. The Shitali pranayam, it helps us cool.
And the shitkari as well.
Yeah, Shitkari, yes.
Yes.
Well,
Nazia, you also in Bharat?
I'm from Delhi,
You're
NCR.
from Delhi.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Same
And
sort of
literally,
temperatures for you guys are.
thanks to you all, and especially thanks to Dr. Jitendra. I'm feeling so light right now after doing a short meditation. I'm feeling very light.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
whenever you
Harpreet,
get
Nazia, welcome to the Healing Our Earth family. It's wonderful to connect with you, and rest assured, I will be connecting with you offline as well.
Nilkumar,
It's
Yes,
wonderful
Thank
to be
you
able to
so
grow a
much.
family
Thank
as
you.
well.
Nilkumar, today
Go
morning
ahead,
we
Dr.
went through.
Jitendra.
Today morning we went through microcosmic orbit.
Yes.
So that's a qigong practice, microcosmic orbit. Today
Brilliant.
morning some 70 people went through that at 5
Wow.
o'clock in the morning.
And as you know, Tai Chi and Qigong organizations are all part of Healing Our Earth.
Yeah.
Platform. So Dr. Jitendra, at some point, Amrita will introduce you to the Tai Chi and Qigong people, and we are doing integrations of it.
I
So
can
what we are
lead through
doing-
this microcosmic orbit, definitely. Because
what
I have
we are
practiced
doing-
for thousands of hours.
So what we are doing is we are integrating and adopting other traditions and merging together to see how we can help each other. Thank you all very much. This is wonderful. And
Thank you.
waiting next for us is from the
Thank you.
Brahma Kumaris, Sister
Thank you.
Maureen, who is a wonderful soul, and she represents United Nations. Amrita, let's formally welcome Sister Maureen, and let's see what she has got lined up for us for the next 20 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jitendra ji and all the guests. Thank you, Neil ji. It's time to welcome Sister Maureen. Sister Maureen is a program director for Brahma Kumaris in United Kingdom and a prominent representative at United Nations in Vienna. Known for making spirituality accessible, she focuses on interfaith dialogue, mental wellness, and environmental sustainability, often leading meditation workshops and speaking on ethical living globally. Warm welcome to you, Sister Maureen.
Thank you.
Om
Global
Shanti.
Namaste to everyone.
Global Namaste.
Om Shanti. Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be with you and to have gone through such a beautiful meditation. So I feel very chilled out now. And I know that I chose the topic of keeping cool in challenging times, but I didn't know we'd be going through such a heat wave. So I'm talking about, of course, keeping cool on the outside, which also helps you to keep cool on the inside, which also helps you to keep cool on the outside too. But we are indeed going through very, very challenging times. And certainly in our own lives, there are many challenges. Certainly in the world, many challenges. There can be challenges of health, of economy, of relationships, so many challenges. And yet there has to be a way in which I can deal with those challenges in a way that doesn't allow me or that doesn't make me disturbed. And the yoga that I do is Raj Yoga, which is the yoga of the mind. And of course, it's the yoga that makes you the sovereign of yourself and the sovereign of your own mind. And you'll see, as has been expressed, that so much depends on our thoughts. Where there's a challenge or a problem, you would have noticed, if you keep thinking about it a lot, the problem gets bigger. Because where attention goes, energy flows. And yet, if you think less about the problem, but more about the solutions, then the problem tends to get smaller. And you would have seen how in the same situation, two people will respond very, very differently to the same challenge. And that's because one is using their mind over time, and the other is keeping cool and just observing and just watching. Because with so many challenges, things come and they go. And yet, even after they've gone, with our mind, we're still chasing after the thing that has gone. And so if we are to stay cool, then we have to give that little bit of separation between all the things around us and the self. And our thoughts are the bridge. Think about it. Think about it. When you see something, you naturally start to think about it too. When you hear something, your thoughts move in that direction. What are they saying? Why are they saying? What does this mean? And so our thoughts are very, very important. So I have to ask myself the question, are my thoughts connected to the external? And in that case, I won't be able to be the master of my thoughts, the master of my mind, because the external influences will control me. And in particular, thinking about people, sometimes there are so many people in your head, and I say to myself, did I create a nice 7-star hotel that these people won't get out of my head? So connecting our thoughts to the external, there's a lot of influence. And if I connect my thoughts internally, this is where I can find peace and calm. Because this brings up the question, and it's the first fundamental question we address in Raj Yoga teachings. Who am I? And of course, most of the time, we think of ourselves in the physical sense in terms of our physical identity, because we've been conditioned in that way. We think about maybe our gender, we think about maybe our ethnicity, we think about our social surroundings, we think about our profession, we think about all the roles that we play in this physical world. And too often, they become our identity. And then, of course, that's a problem, because if I think I'm a mother, a teacher, a doctor, whatever, if somebody says something that seems to tell me that I'm not so good at that role, I can get hurt, I can get upset. But am I the role? Actually, there's the being that plays the roles, the inner being, and that is the soul itself. And so our first lesson, I'm a soul, I'm a being of light. And it's that inner light that is me, that has the capacity to think and decide and to have memories, all of the things of consciousness. How do I use it? Am I aware of who I am? And the beautiful thing about becoming aware that you are the light, you are the soul, and we say that the soul is a being of light, a point of light, seated here in the center of the forehead, the crown chakra, I think. So you're seated here in the center of the forehead, the light. And the beautiful thing about this awareness is that I can come to know my original state of being. All the roles and identities are acquired. All the influences are acquired. All the conditionings, all the habits, all the personality traits. I've learnt them as I've gone through life. But if I go back to my original state of being, then what do I find? I find my original beautiful qualities. I find that I am peace, I'm love, I'm wisdom, I'm happiness, I am purity. I love this quality of purity, and what purity means to me is that when all the external influences are stripped away, I'm in my original state of being. And so this is very powerful, because in this state of being, as the light, it's very easy for me to connect with the divine, with the light of the divine. And God, the divine, whatever term you use, that universal consciousness, is only benevolent, only full of love, only full of truth, only full of peace, only full of bliss. And yes, our qualities fluctuate, but the divine never fluctuates. So we have a constant source to draw on. And it's this that keeps us cool and calm in any situation. And this is called, instead of outside in living, in other words, the circumstances control me and I react accordingly. This is inside out living. Things are happening around me, but I'm aware, what is it that I have to do? How do I have to be? Most of us have a to-do list. I have a to-do list. It's quite long, too long. But I also have a to-be list. And I set that list first thing in the morning when I meditate. And I come back into that awareness, that consciousness of I, the soul, I, the being of peace, the being of love, and all the other qualities. And this is our original goodness. And because we've suppressed that goodness, it's led to all the problems in the world. If everyone in the world, just imagine, if everyone in the world realized their original goodness, then there would be no conflict and there would be no war. It's so essential, but of course we need strength to maintain that awareness. And this is where we take that strength from the divine. And it gives you a very different perspective. It gives you courage. It gives you concentration. And actually, concentration is very important. Recently, we had a visitor here, a BK from India, Brahma Kumar from India, who was talking to us about digital wellness and how our phones, because we're so focused on them, or can be, they become our masters, and they actually severely affect our ability to concentrate. And if I can't concentrate, I can't be in that stable stage of consciousness, in that connection. And I'm not able to then actually meditate and function so well in life. So this perspective gives us courage, gives us concentration, and also gives us understanding. People may be negative around us, but I think you all understand that if somebody is being negative, they are hurting inside. So am I going to condemn them and criticize them and complain about them? Or am I going to have compassion? Am I going to have understanding? Will I have that feeling that I want to uplift? And that's the beautiful thing about this awareness. Our attitude becomes very benevolent, and we create a benevolent atmosphere around us. Whatever's going on inside is visible on the outside, sometimes physically visible. Someone gets angry and you can see it on their face. But even if they hide it, the vibrations reach out. And you will know sometimes someone says something very nice to you, but the vibration you feel is very different. So remember, each one of us is carrying an atmosphere around with us. And that atmosphere of what's going on inside, spreading outside, has an impact on everyone around me. And something that we do at our center and wherever we can practice it is that not only do we meditate, of course, in the morning to set our mind in the right train for the day, and at night, meditate, look at what's happened in the day, but never think what's gone wrong. Think, what have I learned today? And that gives us more energy and encouragement, and we move forward. But also, through the day, every hour, we would pause for 1 or 2 minutes. And that gives energy to the other 59 minutes of the hour. We call it just a minute, taking a minute, or we also call it traffic control, but it's the traffic in the mind, becoming the self-sovereign of the mind, of our consciousness. So maybe we just have a couple of minutes, a short meditation to experience who we are. I make a choice whether to connect my thoughts to all the external attractions and distractions, or whether I take my thoughts inside. To experience the being that I am. I'm not my physical body. This is a costume that I wear to play my part. But I am the one, I the being, who is playing those parts, those roles. and my original nature is peace. I am a being of peace. I am a being of love. I am a being of wisdom. And in this awareness, I connect with the divine, the unlimited ocean of peace, the unlimited ocean of love. And I allow that divine love, divine peace to enter the soul, to give me strength, to give me healing. And that peace and love overflows out into the world, bringing peace and healing power of love to every single living being. This is my task. Om Shanti, I am peace. Thank you.
Oh, Shanti. I think, Sister Maureen, your words were like those rays that fall on the dewdrop and shine in every heart. And when you visualize that little drop that is shining because of the radiance, the same radiance you have spread today in everyone's heart, the radiance of peace, the radiance of grace, and also the radiance of the path to choose in the life. We are very honored and happy to have you with us, that you have shared the path of meditation and the achievement of peace through this.
Thank you. It's what the world needs. Yeah.
Yeah, the word definitely needs a lot.
Yeah.
Dr. Kailash, we have our resident panelist and co-host, Dr. Kailash, with us, as well as my co-host and co-producer, Riddhi Vyas. Riddhi, your comments as well as your questions, if you have any, from Sister Maureen, and followed by Dr. Kailash. Over to you.
Om Shanti, Sister Maureen. It's wonderful to have you joining us on Healing Our Earth today. And what a fantastic talk, talking about shining the light from the inside out. What are some of the practical ways, or the first practical way that you have actually found to be able to achieve this?
Okay, beautiful. So the practice in the morning gives you the experience that you can carry through the day. But one very practical thing that I found is about taking a pause. So, and it puts that little bit of separation between you and the person, or you and the circumstance. And so, for example, you know, the phone goes, right? You can just pick up the phone and you can get assaulted by whatever's on the other end, or you can just pause and pick it up. Very different, because then you're consciously doing it and you're not open to the influence. And I do find that we waste our thoughts a lot. So I really try to use my thoughts productively. And, you know, when people say to me, oh, I don't have time to meditate, I say to them, do you have time to think? Or do you have time to worry? And we all have time to worry. But, you know, you're brushing your teeth, you're on an escalator, whatever it is, your thoughts, where are they? I can use that time productively to remind myself of who I am. And then if something comes in front of me, I'm prepared. And the best outcome happens. I found that in so many circumstances. And also, what I found very helpful, because of this awareness that we practice, it gives us a lot of self-respect and self-dignity. And so people can say nasty things at times or accuse you. I mean, that's life. But I know that they can't actually harm I, the soul, because I'm an eternal being. And that piece is with me. Maybe I have to learn something. Maybe I have to adjust or just accept this is what they think. That's fine. And so it's not the I of ego, which that gets insulted, of course, but it's the I of the soul that is working. And that makes a very, very big difference. And then usually people show you a lot more respect, actually. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And the thing that I'm really hearing here is the difference between fighting and freezing. So the difference between reacting and responding, which then comes across in our emotions, the way that we think as well, because I think there was a study done that showed 96% of the time it's automatic negative thoughts. I like to call it ants. And so by actually being in control of our emotions, we're also in control of our thoughts, because it's the breath that connects the two together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. And that's the thing. We need that self-mastery. Otherwise, we are, you know, our emotions, it's like a roller coaster, and it's not pleasant and very disheartening. I was asked the other day about, you know, what brings hope, because I'm also involved in quite a lot of ecological work as well. And I said that when somebody does something and sees the difference, that brings hope. But just to think that things are going wrong, no good. Despair is not a strategy. But doing
I don't know about you, Sister Maureen, but I actually feel the difference between the days when I do my morning sadhana practice and the days that I skip it because I'm in a rush. The days that I do it, I'm so much more grounded and so much more centered in myself. And the days that I skip it, I feel like I've lost half the day. Like my mind is just all over the place and I can't really focus as well as when I do my practice.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes. And so
Thank
that
you.
practice is so, so important.
Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you. Dr. Kailashi, your 30 seconds of comment, and then we move.
Global Namaste System, Maureen, I found that very, very inspiring. So many, you know, things that I'm going to imbibe in my own self from your talk today. What I like the most, and I made some notes, it's when you said to do the list. You know, in my work, I have to make lists. I've got to do this, but why don't I make a list for me? You know, the way you said, what can I do, you know, for my own well-being. So that was really beautiful as well. And I'm a little bit of a reactive person, so from today I'm going to take a bit of a pause and reflect before, and I do get affected, and sometimes it's like when you talked about soul, I think it's soul destroying, but really nothing can touch the soul. So again, that thinking, rather than focus on the worrying, you know, making time, let's look at the solution. I am generally a bit of, you know, a positive, but life does take over sometimes, and little tips like this does help, Sister Maureen. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Om
Thank you.
Shanti.
Riddhi, I can see a beautiful guest with us, Shivani Raina, who has joined us from US. They can't introduce. Yeah.
It's fantastic. A global namaste to you, Shivani ji.
Namaste and good morning.
Namaste. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us as well. So Amrita, just give you a little bit of background about Shivani. So she has a YouTube channel called Swasth Janani, and it's all about helping women to find their powerful, healthy, most empowered version of self. And she's done plenty of retreats, plenty of workshops around this as well. She is also a physiotherapist and now a qualified yoga therapist with YU as well. Congratulations, by the way. And so it's wonderful to actually see how these two topics are actually connecting as well. We started off here today with Jitendra Ji. We was talking about chakras. Then we went over to Sister Maureen, and Sister Maureen was really talking about thoughts and the way that thoughts connect to minds and emotions. And now Shivani Ji is going to be talking to us about one thought and how this one thought can be combined into plenty of thoughts and how it has an impact on our body and our emotions. So I don't know about you, but I am so excited to hear more from the Queen herself. Shivani, please, if you would like to. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a beautiful introduction. I'm honored to be here. As she mentioned, about me, I'm also a heartfulness meditation practitioner over 20 years. I started when I was in my 20s. The credit goes to my mother. And I am associated with HSS United States. It's been 3.5 years that I'm an active volunteer with HSS, and it has brought a lot of change in my life, in my family. One thought, and when I listened to Maureen Ji, Sister Maureen, I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do now? She has already spoken such beautiful words, but I'm glad that I am able to connect what she has spoken, and then what I am going to talk about today is one thought, because in our lives, we have human interaction. When there is human interaction, there are thoughts, and they come to us, and then what we do with those thoughts, how we kind of get stuck with those thoughts. So I'm going to talk about that. And then what yoga text, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Sage Patanjali, I call them ancient rishis. What ancient rishis or ancient scientists have to talk about responses to different emotions. They knew it back then, that how to respond, how to stay calm, how to give, it's called Chitta Prasadam, how to give peace or treat to your mind. So we're going to talk about that today. And I'll be presenting, I'll show you, I have created short movies. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use the music, but yeah, my voice will be there because of the technical issues. Before that, I welcome you all to have a short gratitude practice with me. Before any session, I do this because whatever knowledge I share on any platform, it comes from all the gurus, all the teachers I have learned. It starts from my childhood, when I first entered the classroom and when I just finished my MS. So I would like you all to join in this gratitude exercise with me. It's simple. Is my voice audible? Perfect.
We can hear you loud and clear, Shivani Ji. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. So we'll start with a mudra. I am sure that everybody is aware about, we call it Chinna Mudra or Jnana Mudra. We touch your index finger with your thumb, keep it on your lap. In simple terms, mudra channelizes our energy. So if we don't want to go into technical things, it channelizes our energy. So keeping your, in Chin Mudra, keeping it on your thighs, and close your eyes. Gently close your eyes. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Keep your face relaxed, especially eyebrows. We have a lot of tension on our forehead all the time. Just relax your forehead. Take 2 more deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale with the last one. Inhale peace and calmness. Exhale all the worries and the burden out from your system completely. Bring a smile on your face. Relax your body completely. Now gently bring your attention to your heart center part of your chest. Remain there for a moment. Now think of a person or multiple people who have had a significant contribution in your life, shaping you as a person you are today. When you are thinking about those people, or one person could be your friend, mother, your parents, anybody, your neighbor, teachers. When you're thinking about them, bring them, invite them to the most sacred place, that is our heart. Invite them, let them be seated in the sacred part of yourself, that is heart center, the center of love, gratitude. Maintain the smile on your face as they are seated there. Now talk to them. I am grateful and thankful for you. For the contribution that you had in my life, or you have in my life. Be with that thought for a moment. Feel thankful and grateful from depth of your heart. Feel that joy in your heart and smile on your face. Now be thankful and grateful to the universe, to Mother Earth. For nourishing us day in and day out. May I walk on Mother Earth with softness, with awareness. May every being on this planet be healthy, happy, and peaceful. Now gently join your hands together. Rub your palms together gently on your eyes. With few blinks, open your eyes and give yourself a tight hug as much as you can. Tight, tight. And appreciate yourself for what you are. Love yourself for what you are. You don't want to be anybody else. You just want to be what you are and evolve from here to higher self. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so first video I'm going to play here is Who Am I? The term is really huge. Who am I? Am I just this body? Am I just this mind? Or I am beyond? I'll share my screen. Riddhi, I'll be able to share my screen, right?
Okay, you should be able to.
Yeah, okay, let me see. Yeah, and then I have things
We can
open.
see your Zoom screen.
Yes, okay. Okay, stop sharing. There's some issue. Just give me 1 second. The windows are open, but I just want to make sure that I'm at the right window.
Shivani, on the share screen, when you've got it on your desktop, what you want to show, then share screen, okay? Otherwise, we are looking at your desktop, okay?
Yeah, I had opened it somehow. It just I lost it somewhere.
Okay, Shivani, take your time. When you
Okay.
find it, let me know.
Yeah,
But in the meantime, Kailash ji, how did you find this practice? How's the gratitude practice for you?
Amazing, honestly. I'm so emotional. I just couldn't control my tears today. Honestly, it was just heartwarming. And like those when we were told to remember those who have shaped our lives, when my parents came into my heart, my mind, my guru, my teachers, and I was so much full of love and gratitude there. I just couldn't control my tears. It's just so beautiful. Thank you, Shivani.
Similar practice for me. Shivani ji, full marks. Go ahead. We can see your video now. Please do.
Shivani, is this a video where you've got a sound in it as well and music?
There's no music. It's my voice on
Okay,
this video.
yeah, if there's no music, perfect, go ahead.
There's no background music. I removed everything. Riddhi already told
Yes,
me.
we had a long conversation yesterday.
So
Super.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please, and make sure you
my
join
voice.
your audio so we can hear you, okay?
Yeah, but there is a voiceover in this video. If there is a problem, just let me know.
I will let you know, but otherwise, go ahead and play.
Okay. So here we begin. Who am I? Am I just this body or something more? I am the body, made of food, formed from the matter of the earth. I am the breath, made of vital energy, the life force that sustains everything within me. I am the mind, filled with thoughts, emotions, and memories. I am the intellect, the power within me that discerns, decides, and understands. I am the bliss, the inner light that shines eternally. I'll talk about it a little. This comes from Taittiriya Upanishad.
Shivani ji, are you able to stop screen sharing and come back?
Yes, yeah.
Wonderful. Carry on.
So you already saw those 5 images. So these are the 5 layers that we have within us. So if you imagine the Russian dolls, so one inside the other and the other and the other, it is just like that. You saw the mind part. So mind is the place where all the thoughts, emotions, feelings, hatred, jealousy, everything comes there. And then after mind, you saw intellect. Intellect is a place which guides us, discerning quality, what is right and what is wrong. But what happens, mind becomes dominant because we just think through mind. What happens, when the mind is imbalanced, when it is not in control, the intellect, poor intellect, who tries to guide every single time, we try to ignore. Because the mind, that Sister Maureen was talking about, the mind takes over. And when mind takes over, intellect Even intellect guides us every time, but we are not able to listen to intellect. And then what happens is whole breathing system gets disturbed and it shows in our body. That is how we get disturbed and whole system gets disturbed. Now there was a small part which was bliss body. What is that bliss body? We experience bliss every single day. When we go to bed, when we enter the deep sleep and we get up in the morning, we do not remember anything. I'm not talking about dream. I'm just talking about the deep sleep. You sleep and you get up with I had a good night's sleep. That sleep is example for this bliss that we experience every day. If I want to buy something really I've been longing to buy, I bought that thing. The moment the thing, maybe it is a dress, the moment I wear that dress, the feeling of happiness, that is that bliss. What yoga does, yoga teaches us how to remain in the state of bliss all the time. Yoga, and when I'm saying yoga, it's all the aspects of yoga. It's not just the asana, just the meditation, just the pranayama. Holistic, complete yoga practice. When we do it every day, do our sadhana religiously, consistently, our intellect shines, mind becomes peaceful, intellect shines, and we experience bliss every day. That doesn't mean we won't be angry. That doesn't mean that if somebody is saying something in our workplace and we are like, oh, completely calm and poised. We are humans. But we would know how to remain calm within, how to not disturb our inner harmony. We will be angry at that moment, but we'll be immediately come out of that anger and connect to that bliss again and remain peaceful. That is what yoga does. And I have experienced it a very little in my life, that when you practice and do your sadhana, you react still, human interaction, but immediately you come out of that reaction and you tell yourself, this is not what my practice is. Next time, my practice is I need to remain connected with my bliss body and then respond. So this is how yoga works. Now we already saw what mind is. Now, if I want to put a question, what is a thought? If anybody wants to answer that, what is a thought?
It's just as an energy.
It's the energy. What are emotions? Anybody?
Yes. Emotions are linked to our feelings, and then again, it's linked to the energy as well, how much energy we give to that as well. I think it's all interrelated.
So yeah, that was my energy in motion, Apurwa. So my question was, okay, now my second question is, are thoughts and emotions related to each other?
Yeah. Thoughts
Yeah.
will create those emotions.
Thoughts will create those emotions. Yeah, now everybody's on the same page. Now quickly I'm going to, it's a 1 minute, again, a short movie. I'm going to present it here. One more, yes. It's almost. Sorry about that. Share, yes. Now, is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible. Go ahead.
Once there was a thought, but it did not remain alone for long. It began to multiply, giving birth to countless others. Each new thought clung to the next, feeding and strengthening one another, until the original thought pulsed at the center, charged with an unsettling energy. A low rumble stirred within the mind. What began as a whisper grew into a storm, an explosion. A surge of emotions burst, flooding every corner of the inner world. Just one thought.
I hope this was clear. So there is a thought. Example, I got a call from my friend and she said something. Now there is one thought. Why did she say like that? Then there is another thought. She said same things the other day. There's another thought. She does that every time. There's another thought. And then we keep on piling up, keep on wrapping it with another. And then finally we burst into emotions. Now we are a very civilized being, so we don't just burst in the public. So what we do is either we sulk, we cry, or we become agitated. Our anger shows up maybe on our children, maybe on our spouse, or people who are very close to us. That is where the imbalance happens and the inner harmony gets disturbed. Just one thought. So what is the solution? Again, human interaction. Is it possible to go in the forest? No. Cut the thought from the root. So what I have started doing is, so other day I had a situation when I was lying down on the bed. So one thought came and immediately I said to myself, one thought, stop. I did not nurture this thought with some more nutritious things. I completely stopped. I just used my fingers to say cut. Because if we don't do that, no matter how, we are pretending we are peaceful, but somewhere in our system, this thought remains and settles. And sometimes we also are suppressed. So with the practice, even with the meditation practice, we have a practice called cleaning in my system that I follow. So at night, you just sit and remove all the impressions that you have carried throughout the day, and remove those out. They just burn out. You just burn those thoughts. So every day when we practice these things, then only we will reach a state where this thought will be just one thought. It will not become multiple thoughts. It will never become multiple. And then, Riddhi ji, we have time because it's 8. I'm just looking at the clock as well. There's one more thing that I wanted to share.
You have time. Did you want me to play the video?
No, I want to speak about, okay, I will not share. I have one more thing to share a screen. I don't know. I mean, if that is okay, I can share
Go
it.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I can share. So now what Sage Patanjali has to say about these emotions and how to respond to various people, emotions, and situations that we every day face. So there's one more presentation. This topic is, you really have to work hard to make it short. So it's itself encyclopedia in itself. So yeah, almost there. Yeah. Can you see?
We can see.
Okay. So, okay. I'm sure that all of you are aware of what yoga is and Patanjali Yoga Sutras. So yoga practice, it's an ancient practice from India. So we have to put the dates, so more than 5,000 years old, but we know it's beyond, it goes beyond. In text, it says that it's timeless. But we have to, in the time and in this day and time, we have to put the number. So 5,000 and more than 5,000 years old. And Patanjali Yoga Sutra are compiled by ancient scholar of India, Maharishi Patanjali. Again, 2nd century BCE to 2nd century CE. So what he talks about yoga is removing the modification of mind, creating balance in our complete being, living life with awareness and merging into real self. That Sister Maureen was talking about Atman, that the real self, it is not destructible. So this is what yoga is all about. And he has given some yamas for self-regulation, niyamas, self-discipline, asanas, pranayam, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, 8 limbs that he talks about. I'm not going into detail. I just want to go into the point that I'm trying to talk about. This verse talks about, I'll just read this verse, Maitri Karuna Mudita Pekshanam Sukha Dukha Punya Punya Vishyanam Bhavanta Chitta Prasadanam. So he's using a word, Chitta Prasadam. We all know Prasad. Chitta is mind, component of mind. Prasad is, in this context, peace of mind. Now, how can we achieve peace of mind? Because unless there is peace of mind, our sadhana, our practice will not be fulfilled and fruitful. So what is that? He says, Maitri, friendliness towards the happy. Karuna, compassion towards those in suffering. Mudita, joy towards the virtuous. Upeksha, equanimity towards the non-virtuous. The mind becomes calm, clear and serene. So what this means, let's go dive a little deeper. If we have positive, happy people around, be friends with them. So what will happen with that? We will not have the feeling of jealousy. Sometimes what happens is we feel when we meet someone who's happy and we visit them and a thought crosses our mind, I wish I had this, I wish I was this positive, I wish I was this happy. So when you be friends with them, automatically this negative thought will go down because that positivity you will imbibe. It is contagious. So you will imbibe that positivity. And again, so if we are surrounded with positive people, that brings that positive energy. So that's what he says, be friends with the people who are happy. Compassionate towards people who are suffering or less fortunate. Sometimes we meet people who are kind of always with that negative thought or sulking or sad, whining. So we get irritated. Why are these people like that? I don't want to be around those people. But if we work through our heart and feel and pray for them, they are having certain problem. May those problems be sorted out. May they get what they want. Just pray for them and be compassionate towards those people. Again, the component of being sad or unhappy with those people will remove from us. So again, our mind is becoming calmer. Be joyful and supportive to those people who are doing good to society. There are many organizations. I am part of SEVA, I am part of HSS. When I see those people working selflessly, naturally my heart says that I want to contribute, I want to help them. So if we develop that attitude, people who are following dharma, people who are doing good to society, support them. Support doesn't always mean you have to financially support. It could be, just being with them, just helping them what they are doing, just physically present there, supporting them. And people who are critical, judgmental, and the situations which are not under control, just be equanimous or indifferent. What that means is, many times we have a group discussion where we are talking about what is going around the world, politics. We discuss a lot. Maharishi Patanjali says, if you are able to help help. If you're not able to help, just don't feel good or bad about it. So what I'm trying to say is, there are so many discussion on a certain topic going on, and then I see many people being depressed because they're not able to do anything. But if I tell myself that, okay, I'm not able to do much here, but it is okay, things will be sorted. It is not good for me, it's not bad for me, it's what it is.
Shivani ji, you have 1 minute remaining.
Yes, I'm done. So if we practice all these things, what will happen? Our heart health will improve. How? We will not judge people. We will stop those feelings that stop us from growing. So this quote, I just felt like writing it. Heart is the seat of love, and love is the light of life. So when my heart is clean, when I'm not judgmental about anything, when I'm happy with the happy people, compassionate towards the sad, automatically my heart is becoming purer and purer every day, and my sadhana is becoming fruitful every passing day. So I am on time.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Shivani. And I am just going to play your video as well, because I think this is actually a really good video to share, which is all about Swasthya Janani and your journey so far. So let's have a quick play.
So again, she has removed the video, audio. Sorry about that.
You can talk over the top.
Yeah. So this is an initiative which I started during COVID, when I found that there are, in India, women were suffering a lot. So this came to me that I should start something online for them, so that they are being healed mentally, physically, and spiritually. But when I started my career as a physical therapist, I was always interested in women health. So I would say the seed was sowed in 2005. Then I did many events on various platforms for women, and every Women's Day I do something for them. And I also have an initiative, Sense Rhythmics, which is for children, activation of senses. And this is what I did here in US for the teachers, wellness workshop for teachers. This is wellness workshop on Peace Day online. Again, this was last year in my son's middle school, that I initiated 4-week program, stress management, without any physical asanas. We did relaxation and other things. Then I did a yoga camp for kids last year, teenagers, which I named Yogale. And I'm going to do it this year as well, for 3-day workshop. And it was about communication, it was about nutrition, diet, Ayurveda, and everything. Now this is a lady, she's an 82-year-old lady. I happen to have a podcast with her this year. She is a volunteer in Project Cure, and she was generous enough to give her time to me. And she's I have this podcast on my channel, and she has spoken wonderful, wonderful words. And this is my goal in life, to integrate ancient yogic science with the modern medicine, and then help people around me. So this is my journey, and this video is also in my YouTube channel. So if you would like to go to my channel, and I also encourage Indian culture, and we do plays. I've been doing this year was my 4th year. I direct plays, and there are children and adult in this play, and I take the scriptures like Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. We did one play on that. Chanakya, we did one play on that. We did one play on Sri Ramdhari Singh Dinkar's poetry, and I don't use any audio in that play. We make children speak Sanskritam or Hindi when they come on stage. So everything is live. There is no background, lip sync or anything, nothing, because we really, I and my husband, both, we do it together. He writes very well. So I just give him a, story, and he just makes it in a beautiful piece. So we do this on stage, and this was my 4th year. And next year, I wish I have a plan to do on Earth Day. So let's see how it goes. I have already a script in my mind. So
Shivani ji, that is absolutely beautiful, and people can connect with your YouTube channel, which is Swasth Janani, and go and check out the amazing work that you've done, which has been recorded and put into video format so that people around the globe can see. That's beautiful work. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us today, and a global namaste. And we say a very warm global namaste, a very warm welcome to Amitji, who is your partner, Dharmpatni in this life. Dharmpati in this life. And he does amazing work with HSS Colorado, Bodhik Pramukha, I believe. So Amitji, tell us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more insight into what you do at HSS Colorado.
Namaskar. I believe I do not have to speak about HSS a lot, right? I'm obviously not a spokesperson or not even someone who can speak on their behalf. But as far as my work goes, or did you want me to speak about what we do here, or
just
do you
the
want
work that you do, the involvement that you have in HSS Colorado, and how it's helped you, what skills you've gained along the way, and how it's helped you to be where you are today? I know you haven't had very long with it, but just a little snippet into what you have done with HSS Colorado.
Yeah. So I'll keep it very brief. And as I said, I'm not a spokesperson, and I'm probably speaking based on just my experience here. So what I have felt in my 4-year association with the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, and I was not associated with Sangh before I came to the US, is that it essentially is built on 4 pillars, if I have to think about it. It's culture, it's character, it's community, and it is save our service. So that's what I have found in these 4 years happening here. Whether you want your kids to be rooted to the dharmic way of life, whether it's obviously not something which is quote unquote religious in nature, but it is cultural in that sense. Being proud of who you are, where you come from, the giants on whose shoulders you're not literally, but figuratively standing. And then character, right? I've seen my own kids, how they have progressed in the last 4 years, how that character building is always in action and very live in your face when we visit the chapter or the shaka, as it is called, whether it's discipline or otherwise. And then community, right? Bringing all the people from across the reference point for us is, I know maybe it's not for the 2nd generation or 3rd generation people here, but at least for us is always India, right? You bringing all those people together from different parts and having that cohesive sense and camaraderie that is always again in motion. And then finally save our service that HSS provides in such. And I play a very little role, and I just am somebody who conducts some intellectual, for lack of a better word, they're not always intellectual, but intellectual discussions. And then we try to throw light on some of the issues that are impacting the kids or us as adults or Hindus within the US, and try to make some headway into what could be the solutions if there are problems, and if there aren't problems, how best to live our lives as proud, independent, successful Hindus here. So that's pretty much in a nutshell.
Wonderful. And I want you to meet Sanjay Thakkar as well, who is from Uganda. He's a pramukh out there in Uganda. He has been serving for many, many terms and doing fantastic work, both in terms of HSS and the community work out there as well. Global namaste to you, Sanjay ji. Welcome here today with us. And tell us a little bit more, because me and Shivani have spoken many times about this before, about the influence of yoga and meditation as it began in Bharat, and then how it got colonized and things began to change and things began to shift. So now in the Western world, although we have things like Amitji has just mentioned here in terms of being able to protect, preserve dharma, there are elements of it which are more co-equal now due to the colonial times. What's your view on this?
Can I start? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, so nice to meet Mr. Amit, HSS coordinator from Colorado. And I am also recently, and for this year, for 100 years RSS coordinator outreach program to celebrate 100 years in Uganda for RSS. I am recently appointed from India. And we are doing some other activities for RSS and also HSS. We do a Seva International. You must be knowing we are feeding 4,200 children free lunch to all African students in 5 schools. And the presence of the students has increased 30% after we started free lunch by Seva International through HSS, because Seva is a RSS and HSS arm. And still we want to make like more 5,000. Okay, so the topic is given to me. We start on that one, dharma in a modern era. Very interesting subject. And what to speak, how much to speak is really it is a charm to speak on this subject. I can start from that in 1972, as Riddhi told, when all the Asians were expelled from Uganda. Most of them went to Leicester and UK, other parts of UK and Canada and other countries. Now, at that time, all the temples were converted into mosque, being Idi Amin was a Muslim. So there were mudra, there were prayers, namaz were happening on most of the temples in Uganda, but they have not broken any temples, not demolished, which had happened in India 400 years ago. So it was good, but when new president, Mr. Museveni, taken over, all the temples were given, the titles were transferred on our temples, the associations names. Hindu mandals were revived. And now all we can see here, each and every town, Uganda has temples. They are praying it, even small village of 200 numbers of Indian or Hindu community. So the religion has revived in that way after President Museveni has taken over. And every week in Kampala, there are religious and cultural programs, even if in this modern era, as we discussed. But still, we have some challenges in modern era for religion, because people take advantage of religion to earn the money by priests, by saints, by other speakers and whatever, which should be actually avoided, because and they are dividing also. Each group has different followers, and those followers, they believe only particular their Guruji or their saint, and they don't unite. And the other ones divide. Like one religion has a temple here, the other leader comes and says, we don't go to that temple. So that is what is happening here. And they are collecting money. People believe that Guruji or saint, but the followers are being divided. So those are some of the challenges. Even children have the challenges due to social media and some external influences. Now children are on mobile or social media, not coming to religion. It is our duty, parents' duty, who are leaders and who are parents, to guide them, to orient them, so that this modernization, this in science issue, in AI type of era, we don't lose our children, our generation, and they always remember our past history, our religions, and our belief, because religion is the one who binds the family, who binds the each and every member of the family, like sister to brother, husband to wife, mother to son, father to daughter, and each vice versa. So all that one is needed in this era, because now people are diverting from the religion beliefs. They don't know how to follow those ones. The Vidhi, like for example, most of the children, they do not know Hanuman Chalisa, how to chant, the Arti, the procedure. Someone dies in our Hindu culture, what are the procedure? They do not even know They don't want to attend the funeral. And so this is the one breaking the society. Actually, the purpose of religion in modern era especially is to have a hate-free society, conflict-free society, so that everyone is united. That is the purpose of religion. And we believe in God, we fear God, but that fear of God in this time has gone, and which people like us, like what we are doing virtually, or the purpose yoga and meditation in such to engage such programs to maintain our culture, to revive our culture. It's really good junker, and I really thank for that Healing on Earth, our group, that we are maintaining our culture through the networking
Sanjay,
all
this
over the
is
world.
amazing that you're actually able to talk to us about Uganda and what's happening, and especially since the colonial times as well, and how Uganda has managed to maintain its sense of dharma, how it's managed to do more of these activities. Specifically within HSS Uganda, what are some of the activities that people can now start to look forward to, which is part of the whole HSS ethos? How is this being promoted? Give us a little bit of an insight.
Okay. So now HSS actually first found in Kenya, in all over the world. The first HSS started in Kenya, then it spread to different country. In Africa, now it is spread in more than 35 countries out of 54, and 23 are more active. I was part of to start a new Saka for HSS in Burundi and Rwanda. We started first International Yoga Day in Burundi. I was part of the team from 3 of us 2 years ago. Now they have continued. So we are still continuing where there is no HSS branches or to start there. Regarding Uganda, we have like 4 Saka of HSS here in Uganda. And government is so supporting to maintain our culture, even if we do the gathering on the road. Recently we have decided, for example, Parliament walk from High Commission of India Uganda office to Parliament. We have applied to the new ministry to give us the permission for Parliament yoga walk, in which we are including all the ministers, all the MPs of our Uganda Parliament. There are 540 MPs. So fortunately, next week, new cabinet, when it will form, we are going to get the permission. It will be the biggest win for us as HSS, so that we can be allowed to do that one. I will be very happy for part of that event. And we are going to do yoga in Parliament of Uganda, in the ground of Parliament. We have applied for that through High Commission. So this, regarding all the Hindu activities, we have Sai Mandir temple here, 4 Sai temples. Our main SSDM temple, 100 years old, recently completed in Uganda, which I told that Mujra was started. Muslims were doing namaz there after Idi Amin. All that is closed now. We have very nice temple of 100 years old. We have the main temple of Ganpati in NTB. So everywhere activities are going on, like Bale, Soroti, Jinja. We have Gurudwara also. Sikh community also big. So everybody is now without fear doing our religious activities, cultural activities. Recently, first time in Uganda came from Vaishno Devi. The priest from Vaishno Devi, the singer, whole night they do the prayers for Mata Vaishno Devi recently. Bageshwar Maharaj also recently come 2 months ago. So Kampala is full of activities, religious activities, and HSS is part of that. HSS is the first started Yoga Day in 2015. I am also connected all yoga activities of healing our earth, all the seminars, webinars. So it is very good to have our culture maintained. And we are still trying that all the children, we are doing love on one program on love jihad by HSS to train the girls by showing them good movies and videos and guiding them that what will happen if you are not alert in your life, okay, for choosing your counterparts in the marriage.
So Sanjay, I think this is brilliant. Like you've got so many different activities on. You're doing so much to be able to promote dharma in the modern world and in the modern age. And as well as that, yoga at Parliament. Come on, like that is such an achievement. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you manage to accomplish next month, International Yoga Day. It's going to be massive. And to really start to be able to make movements and shifts in terms of yoga, in terms of Ayurveda, in terms of meditation, and getting that out there to the people that really do need it, to be able to educate people from the ground up is such a massive thing in itself. That is what's really protecting our dharma. And in dharma, we actually have a saying called dharma rakshati rakshitaha. And it's exactly what you're doing. Those that protect dharma, dharma protects them. So thank you so much for doing so much for Uganda. We can see that even in Uganda, the activities that are there to be able to promote dharma, yoga, meditation, it's still very much alive. It's still very much kicking. And there is a lot of education happening on the ground through people like yourselves and your team. And it's wonderful. I'd also like to introduce you here to Srinathji, who is our Dean at Vayu University. A global namaste to you, Srinathji. Thank you so much for joining us, despite having a very busy schedule today. Sanjay ji, say hello to Srinathji as well. He does a lot of work in terms of social activities, in terms of charity work, and also in terms of promoting Vayu. Srinathji, give us a little bit more background about you and the skills that have actually developed you to be the character you are today, and then to move on to actually doing the dean work at Vayu and to be able to promote Vayu for all that it does and all that it has to share. The floor is yours.
Namaste. First of all, Dhanyawad. Thank you for inviting me, Riddhi ji. It's nice to see a couple of my students here, yourself included, and Shivani, Raina from the US. So let me give you a little bit of background about myself and my evolution. I'm a hardcore academic. I've been teaching in the United States for the last 43 years. And I used to be teaching at a university called Case Western, which got the very first Nobel Prize in physics for the speed of light. That's our claim to fame. So I spent a lot of my career there, 38 years of it. And then, I've been doing research. I'm an electrical engineer. I've been doing research in various aspects, and the last one has been on basically a computer modeler. We modeled different aspects of biology in an area called systems biology. Right around that time, I was asked to take the responsibility of president of Seva International USA. So I had one of the longest tenures there, 2009 to 2020, just when COVID began. And Seva today has 46 chapters, has more than 5,000 volunteers. At the drop of the hat, we are across more than 26 states. We are able to get them. And our approach has been, what we are known for is disaster relief. Okay, all kinds of inside United States and 16 countries outside. We work in parts of Africa, South Africa, for instance, and we have worked in Kenya. We have worked in Tanzania, and of course, we collaborate with Uganda, and of course, in India and Sri Lanka. And that's one part of my story. And as a part of being the president of Seva International, I did not know how to run a nonprofit. I knew how to run a lab and write proposals and get money and so on. So I decided to do a master's in nonprofit because Seva International is a religious nonprofit. And then when we say religious, I'm sorry, I take those words back. It's a faith-based, Hindu faith-based nonprofit. Now, this is a label that we gave in 2009, and that's a label that we go by. This is something for some countries. It is not possible to give such labels. For example, in UK, you cannot have a nonprofit which is faith-based, that is considered in the mainstream. Whereas in the US, we have the freedom to do that. Anyway, Seva is doing very well. It's has every annual meeting we have. We have people paying their own money and flying across the continent to be with our others who are like-minded. Okay, so like for example, just a month ago, we had a meeting in San Antonio, Texas, and we had 175 people at the national conference. Okay, so it's a thriving organization. I'm very happy to have been part of it, but I continue to be a Swayamsevak there, a volunteer. In 2014, we were approached. I was approached by the Professor Nagendra, who built the first yoga university in the world in Bangalore, and I said that want to start a university in the United States, yoga university. So I became a part of the founding group, and it took us 6 long years to convince the very liberal California to say that okay, well, yoga has the first question they asked us is why Zumba doesn't have PhD, why should yoga have? Okay, this is the first question that came. And then we had to fight. I mean, you understand all the bias behind that. And we had to fight. It took us 6 long years to get our license. 2020, we got the license. We started our MS program. To date, we have graduated 43 students in that. And along with yoga and Ayurveda are two sides of the same coin. Okay, this is something that they're the same streams. So we cannot leave Ayurveda behind when we say just yoga. Yoga is not just a bunch of poses that you learn or breathing techniques. That's only about 5% of what Patanjali says in 2,500 years ago. The textbook that is the foundation of yoga. And we have 36 faculty, 6 of them full-time. 40% of our faculty are from Bharat, and the remaining are in various universities across the United States. It's with University of Houston, University of Memphis, MIT, Harvard, Stanford, UCLA. So we have faculty who are doing research or teaching in yoga. For example, the course that is taught to Harvard medical students is the same course that Riddhi and Shivani ji, you guys learned from. Okay, so Professor Satbir Singh Khalsa teaches that course, and it's a fantastic course on research in yoga. It's a kind of a overview of the research in yoga for the last 40 years. Okay, so these kinds of things. Okay, we are trying to get the best. In 2023, we started our PhD program, and currently we have been candidacy accredited. Accreditation is a 7 to 8 year long process in the United States. We are candidacy accredited, which is pretty much 1 year away from full accreditation. And but recently we did a symposium on modern medicine, health technology, yoga and Ayurveda. So we want to bring integrative medicine into this country, and really the concept of integrative medicine is interpreted very differently in different different elements in the United States. They use perhaps Chinese herbal medicine, homeopathy, and integrate it with modern medicine. But we want to bring yoga and Ayurveda together, and it was a great participation. We had a speaker from MIT, one from Harvard, one from Stanford, and a representative from Apollo Ayurveda hospitals. There are 18 hospitals which part of this Apollo huge system. Apollo has 71 total hospitals across the metros in India. So we have partnered with them. We want to bring yoga and Ayurveda into America. And at this point in time in history, anything that starts in United States seems to spread far and beyond, and that's what we are hoping with yoga and Ayurveda. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you again, Riddhi ji, for inviting me.
So just to bring up here as well, the website for Vayu as well, so you can have a look for yourselves. If you are interested in any of these programs, please feel free to get in touch with either myself or Srinathji will be able to guide you. It's really a certificate in the yoga therapy itself. We've had people like Jeffrey Armstrong and David Frawley that have come to the forefront to do guest speaks and guest lectures. We've also had plenty of people graduating. I think Shivani there just mentioned 42. And the vision behind this is really to build a healthy and sustainable path in the welfare of humanity. So going beyond just looking at yoga as being an isolated practice and really starting to amalgamate it with the path there on the clinical side of it. So how yoga and meditation fit into a clinical perspective and what the interbridge is between it. And that's why there's so many research papers that are being done. And some of us that are going to be going on to doing our PhDs, which I'm so excited about, have started to look at this. This is really the fascination that we have in terms of having a look at yoga on a much wider scale as well, to see actually how does this fit in to the modern medicine world of it? How do we do our research in such a way that we're contributing and making an impact when it comes to the bigger picture here of yoga and meditation? And how can we actually continue to do this in times to come? And as Shivani has mentioned, a lot of this is seva-based, a lot of this is passion-based, and it's because we really want to see how things start to differ when we start to bring together the science and the yoga. Because from my perspective anyway, the whole thing about this is to not just look at this as a mind-body paradigm, but to really start to move beyond the mind-body paradigm in a way that, as Apurva, I'm sure you'll recognize this as well, it has the spirituality behind it, it has the consciousness behind it, because yoga is so much more than just physical exercise. And that's how the West tend to deem it. And actually, having studied and having gone through this, I disagree. I disagree that it is just a mind-body practice. It's way more than just a mind-body practice. And that's why I'm so grateful to you, Shivani, for actually coming on and helping us to understand and to be able to decipher and to delve deeper into what these Vedic roots have to share with us and how we can actually take that and apply it into a modern day perspective, which I think is so
Thank you,
important.
Riddhi. Actually, I think you should be in our marketing team. And Shivani has already been pulled into the marketing team. You articulated so much better than I did. And thank you again for reminding me about the medical aspects. That's one of the major thrusts that we have. We have unique courses which no other university teaches. Example,
Right.
you have clinical yoga therapy. This is taught by 8 MDs who are practicing in the United States. Okay, they are the cardiologists, urologists, and so on. And there is plenty of research nowadays on how yoga can contribute to multiple different ways. Whether it is behavioral, be it in schools, in prisons, in military, and so on. There's documented evidence, population level evidence on how it could help, especially post-COVID. Yoga has been used tremendously and has been recorded. That's one thing. And then, down to the epigenetic level, how yoga changes at the epigenetic level. And, so there is a direct correlation between your yoga practice and what's happening inside yourself, outside of the nucleus and inside yourself. Okay, so this is very important. So it spans from the nano level all the way to the environment. Okay, so this hierarchical buildup that we have is something that we need to have the world appreciate it. And yoga as medicine is one of the things that we are pushing. And now coupled with Ayurveda, we think that will become integrative medicine. And this will serve the world much better. Because in the United States, as some of you may know, the cost of medical treatment is going through the roof. And it is unsustainable for this society. And perhaps this is happening same thing in the world. If you go and look at urban India, the cost of good medical care is skyrocketing. Okay, this is unaffordable to majority of the population. How can we bring this back? How can we integrate this? Of course, when I have a heart attack, of course, I will call the ambulance and go straight to the hospital. Modern medicine is very good at that. Modern medicine, will help you help you live, okay, when there is a incident. Okay, but to get your health back, Ayurveda and yoga are the ways in which we can do it. Ayurveda has 2,000, maybe 4,000 years of history. Okay. And yoga too. Yoga has not just Patanjali. Patanjali was 2,500 years ago. But if you look at some of the depictions in the Jain tradition, it perhaps goes beyond 4,000 years. So this is something. This one of the longest experiments that have happened in a society, yoga and Ayurveda. Okay, we talk about population level studies that we did for a year, longevity studies we did for 40 years or whatever it is. But here is an experiment that has proved to sustain over thousands of years. Dhanyawad. Thank you very much, Riddhi ji. But I think we'll talk about you being in our marketing team.
Wonderful. And aren't you so proud, Srinathji, of your beautiful daughter? She's not just got the beauty, but she's also got the intellect as well. Apurva, who's just completed her master's alongside me and Shivani ji, and is going to be going on to doing her PhD as well. And Shivani ji, you have a question. You've got your hand raised.
Yeah, I just have a comment here. Srinathji, what he's always glad to see you. What he spoke, we are the witness of that. So we have experienced every single thing he said today about the therapy in Ayurveda, what we have studied, what Vayu provides you is not, it can't be put in words in just an hour or something. It goes beyond, it is deep. And we Apurva, Riddhi ji, we are the witness of that. We are the product of that. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much, Srinathji. It's always pleasure to see you.
I'd be remiss in again acknowledge Riddhi ji and Shivani ji, but I did not acknowledge my own daughter Apurwa, who is joining us from Europe.
Apurva, it's because you're the magic that just helps everything to run smoothly. That's why he's just like, oh, that doesn't really matter. It's fine. It's just part of the process. But I am so glad to actually move on to introducing you now as well, because you are going to be standing out as your own right on this platform, and rightly so as well. So a global namaste to you, Apurva. Welcome here. So Apurva has completed her master's. She will be going on to doing her PhD in yoga philosophy at the Vivekananda Yoga University, where her research examines consciousness through the framework of Vedic and yogic philosophy, informed by an enduring inquiry into the nature of the mind and the Atma dating back to childhood. Raised within the Madhava tradition, she departed from those roots early in life before returning to the path of sadhana following a profound near-death experience during COVID and the year-long recovery that followed. She received her bachelor's degree in philosophy and political sciences from the Case Western Reserve University in 2012 and is graduating, or has graduated, with a master's in yoga in 2026 from Vayu. Apurva, a massive congratulations to you as well for this massive achievement. We all know just how hard we've all had to work through this, and now to actually see you going on to doing your PhD at Vayu as well is such a massive feat in itself. And I believe that although it hasn't been published yet, you've also written a thesis, and that thesis is on mind-body problem revisited, comparing ancient Vedic yogic philosophy. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Mind-body problem revisited, comparing the ancient Vedic yogic psychology to the contemporary Western understanding. So you've really looked here at the whole basis now of having the Vedic sciences alongside the Western psychology, which I think is so important, especially in nowadays as well, where we can look at people like Freud, we can have a look at people like Sigmund, and they're like really the cool pioneers now of like the psychology, the way that the Western world see it. But realistically, the Vedic world, the Vedic perspective on this has a different interpretation. It goes way beyond just having a limited box view of things. It really starts to open up the paradigm in terms of the Vedic sanskars, in terms of the Advaita Vedanta. It goes beyond Advaita. It starts to look at things from a different perspective altogether. Welcome here, and tell us a little bit more about this.
So can I start sharing my screen?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. So, namaste, everyone. Today we will be exploring the hard problem of consciousness through the Vedic lens to understand what the ancient Hindu systems can teach us about modern cognitive science's deepest puzzle. First of all, what is the hard problem? The hard problem of consciousness refers to what is termed as the explanatory gap in cognitive science and Western philosophy of mind. It is a very specific deficiency in the modern Western paradigm, where even accounting for a complete descriptive understanding of cognitive mechanisms or identifying conscious states with physical mechanisms, we still cannot functionally understand why does a physical or psychological state feel how it does. Why do subjective experiences occur at all? Why does neural activity generate a sense of experience and feel like something from the inside? We don't know. The philosopher David Chalmers calls this the hard problem of consciousness. So, although modern cognitive science is very capable in understanding and answering how neural activity generates experiences, the question of why subjective conscious experience occurs has yet to be definitively solved, so the hard problem persists. But instead of asking why does consciousness arise from neural activity, perhaps we should be instead asking why should we even assume that it must? I see the hard problem not as a temporary explanatory gap within naturalism, but as a structural consequence of its foundational metaphysical commitments. Modern science is founded on methodological naturalism, which is supposed to be distinct from philosophical naturalism, but it nonetheless inherits some of its metaphysical and epistemological commitments, such as the primacy of falsifiable third-person empirical data, and the idea that an epiphenomenon like consciousness must be generated from material processes, meaning that a secondary phenomenon, epiphenomenon means like a secondary or side effect occurring alongside a primary process without having causal influence on it. So underpinning modern cognitive science, neuroscience, are a series of assumptions. One, that matter is primary. The physical world is a fundamental layer of reality that can only be known through third-person empirical observation. Two, that consciousness is derivative, and therefore subjectivity becomes mysterious. These axioms limit cognitive science in its ability to accurately examine the origins of consciousness. But long before contemporary neuroscience or philosophy of mind, the Hindu philosophical traditions developed radically different accounts of mind, self-awareness, embodiment that account for this puzzle. The Vedic epistemology and ontology offer a broader evidentiary framework that can include both third-person science and disciplined first-person inquiry, as well as an alternative grounding of consciousness, tying it either intrinsically to the soul, extrinsically to the interaction of the soul in the mind, not the mind in the body, or to an action of the soul on the mind substance. So first of all, what is a darshana? Darshanas are the various perceptual lenses through which we see the world and understand reality. The Sanskrit word itself refers to sight or a way of seeing. It refers to a direct vision or a direct experiential sight of reality, as opposed to a purely speculative or argumentative enterprise. Therefore, it is unlike the Greek philosophia, meaning the love of wisdom, which implies a merely discursive rational inquiry, argumentation, and conceptual analysis. Each darshana has 6 aspects that unfold in a particular and deliberate order. The first 5 form the theoretical part of every system, and soteriology, which is the doctrine of salvation, is the practical aspect to solve the problem of suffering. You see, philosophy in India was not a mere love of wisdom or curiosity of wonderment as in the West. It was founded as a method of seeking a permanent spiritual solution for the problem of suffering, and everything else came in as a matter of course, incidental to this inquiry. The first aspect, establishing a doctrine of knowledge, is because we must determine how and what constitutes right knowledge, and then right knowledge of reality will lead to the right knowledge of salvation. Thereby, the Darshana system establishes ontology, which is the doctrine of reality. And from this, we come to the God issue, the structure of the universe, the human issue of the soul and the mind, and then the terminus of everything, which is the doctrine of salvation. And I see the God issue because only Vedanta and Nyaya Vaisheshika believe in the concept of a supreme being. And for the latter, the God of Nyaya Vaisheshika is an aloof deity whose existence can only be inferred and who does not have the capacity to interfere with karma. And no dharmic system accepts the concept of a creator God. In no Indic system of thought is matter created. Matter is either co-eternal by itself, or eternal by itself, co-eternal with God, or in the case of Advaita Vedanta, it's ultimately illusory. And only Sankhya Yoga and Vedanta are living traditions, whereas Nyaya Vaisheshika and Purva Mimamsa, of which there are two schools, the Prabhakara and Kumarila schools, are living traditions. And in terms of salvation, the prescribed sadhana or spiritual discipline, there are 4 paths or margas, which is dhyana, bhakti, jnana, and karma margas. For Sankhya and yoga, as well as Vedanta, primacy is given to dhyana and bhakti margas, meaning the path of meditation and devotion, respectively. And whereas in Nyaya Vaisheshika and Purva Mimamsa, it is the inverse, and primacy is given to the jnana and karma margas, meaning the paths of knowledge and the path of selfless right action. I see this situation much like the parable of the blind man and the elephant, as referenced by Adi Shankaracharya in his Bhashya on the Chandogya Upanishad, where several blind men encounter an elephant for the first time. One grips its trunk and declares the elephant is like a snake. Another touches its leg and insisted that the elephant was like a tree. Yet another grasps its ear and argues the elephant is exactly like a fan. They quarrel endlessly, each convinced that he alone understood the truth, never realizing that each of them had touched only one part of a far greater whole, of which they could not possibly conceive with their limited awareness. So there are 3 ways of seeing consciousness. It is seen as either intrinsic to the soul, meaning the soul is consciousness, which is in Sankhya Yoga and the 3 schools of Vedanta. Here it is seen as a passive, witnessing awareness, devoid of agency, or as an epiphenomenon that is extrinsic to the soul, as in the Nyaya Vaisheshika and Prabhakara school of Purva Mimamsa, or as an epiphenomenon that is neither intrinsic nor extrinsic to the soul, but as a mode of being emerging from an action of the soul onto the mind substance, which is in Kumarila school. For Nyaya Vaisheshika and Purva Mimamsa, the soul is not an inert witness, as with Sankhya Yoga and Vedanta, but it is agentive and capable of action. And also in Nyaya Vaisheshika, the mind itself travels co-eternally with the soul, not just the vasanas, samskaras, and karmic balance. So in Sankhya Yoga, we see the consciousness as self-luminous. For Sankhya, consciousness is the eternal witness, entirely distinct from material nature, and yoga is the practical discipline of stilling the mental modifications of the mind, which is the chitta, to allow self-revealing of the pure consciousness, and they effectively became merged into a single darshana. So for Sankhya Yoga, it is the eternal witnessing awareness that is in animating matter. And all of reality can be reduced to 2 fundamental principles of Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is the soul, the consciousness, the pure consciousness, which is inert, witnessing awareness. Prakriti is responsible for everything in the material universe. The brain, the body, the mind are all respectively gross and subtle aspects of Prakriti, but they're all merely instruments of consciousness. Consciousness is merely reflected through them, just as a mirror reflects the wall, but is not itself the wall. This is because consciousness and matter are fundamentally different in kind. Consciousness is spiritual and spiritual alone, and all souls belong to the same substance. So here the hard problem is dissolved. And this is the ontology of Sankhya Yoga. And then here you can see how from Prakriti things evolve. So now on to Vedanta. Consciousness is also intrinsic to the soul and is also a witnessing awareness. But whereas the non-theistic Sankhya Yoga holds Purusha and Prakriti as co-equal in ontological dualism, the three most important schools of Advaita, Vishishtadvaita, and Dvaita all hold consciousness as the fundamental ground on which reality occurs, meaning it's both material and spiritual. Advaita inverts the hard problem altogether. Consciousness alone is the ultimate reality, while world and selfhood are appearances within it. There are two levels of ultimate reality called Paramarthika, where only Brahman or the soul is real, but reality also operates at a Vyavaharika or an apparent level, which is the world of appearances we're talking in today. And for Vishishtadvaita, both the individual selves and the cosmos are real expressions of a single divine consciousness. The conscious Jivatma or soul beings are neither illusions nor separate substances, but expressions of a larger conscious whole, cells comprising the body of the Paramatma or God. In Dvaita Vedanta, consciousness is a property of the soul, in which each Jivatma or soul is eternally distinct from one another and from God. Consciousness here is real and irreducible, but the individual Jivatma selves never become identical with Paramatma, even in salvation. Everything operates as the will of the divine. So Vedanta is possibly the closest dharmic analog that we have to the strict, rigid concept of religion as we understand the word in English. And here you can see how this is Dvaita Vedanta, this is Vishishta Dvaita Vedanta, and this is Shankara's Advaita Vedanta. So the second approach is where consciousness is a function of the mind and self. And for the rationalist school of Nyaya Vaisheshika and both the scripturalist schools of Prabhakara and Kumarila Mimamsa, consciousness is considered an epiphenomenon, meaning it's a byproduct of a primary phenomenon. However, Nyaya Vaisheshika and Prabhakara school hold consciousness as extrinsic to the soul. It is an attribute or guna of the mind that is produced from the interaction between the Jivatma, the soul, and the manas, the mind. So here the hard problem is displaced. You can see this is the ontology of Nyaya Vaisheshika, and this is the ontology of Prabhakara Mimamsa. So for Kumarila Mimamsa, it does not consider consciousness as a primary phenomenon, instead seeing it as emergent from an action of the soul onto the mind-body substance, but it is neither intrinsic nor extrinsic to the soul. It is a mode of the soul. And so here again, the hard problem becomes displaced. So for Sankhya Yoga, consciousness is intrinsic to the soul or Purusha. The body is the gross matter while the mind is subtle matter, but both of them are still matter. Same for Vishishtadvaita. Vishishtadvaita consciousness is intrinsic to the soul, but it operates at both spiritual and material levels. For Dvaita Vedanta, it's the same as Vishishtadvaita, but consciousness is also unique to each soul. Whereas in the other Vedantic schools and in Sankhya Yoga, all souls are essentially alike. This is not the case for Dvaita Vedanta. And like with Sankhya Yoga, both of these Vedantic schools hold the mind and body respectively as gross and subtle matter. For Advaita Vedanta, consciousness is purely spiritual, the soul itself is pure consciousness, and everything else is an illusion on the Paramarthika or absolute level of reality. In Nyaya Vaisheshika and both schools of Purva Mimamsa, the status of the mind and body are the same. The body is a material substance. The mind is neither material nor spiritual. It is a separate and unique category of substance altogether, as you can see here. And only the status of consciousness differs. Nyaya Vaisheshika and Prabhakara hold consciousness as extrinsic to the soul and as an attribute of the soul, but Kumarila holds consciousness as an action and mode of the soul, which explains how it glides in and out of the soul substance without affecting its fundamental constitution, essence, or structure. So you can see in every darshana, consciousness is either fundamental, intrinsic, extrinsic, or karmically emergent, but it is never materially emergent. I see, in summary, the hard problem is a category error, meaning this explanatory gap is not merely an unsolved scientific problem, but evidence of a fundamental metaphysical misclassification. The hard problem is not an incidental limitation of current neuroscientific knowledge, but it's a structural consequence of methodological naturalism's implicit metaphysical commitment to emergence of consciousness from material processes. It's like saying that the numbers are in the rocks, but they are just a category. They're a completely different category, and the rocks are themselves rocks, and the numbers are abstract. The Vedic lens achieves three things. Methodological naturalism succeeds with functional behavioral correlates, meaning the easy problems or soft problems of consciousness, like neural mechanisms, information integration, reportability, attention, cognition, behavioral outputs, computational modeling, without thereby proving that consciousness is exhaustively reducible to physical processes. And the hard problem persists because treating consciousness as the kind of thing that could emerge from entirely non-conscious processes in the first place is a foundational category error. But the darshanas have their own perspective, and neuroscience is compatible with it. While ancient Indian science observed but did not experiment, they didn't put emphasis on reproducibility. They did not prioritize experimental falsifiability. Their focus was more on the personal alleviation of suffering. So the ancient Indian scientists and rishis were keen observers, and there was not much experimentation outside of the medical field. Whereas Western science prioritizes experimentation over and above observation, but consciousness is not something that can be experimented on as much as it is observed. The Vedic lens achieves these three things: that it is compatible with neuroscience, while every darshana begins with first-person perception, it is compatible with the third-person epistemology, but the inverse is not true for modern science. Vedic science accepts both third-person observation and disciplined first-person inquiry as valid sources of knowledge across the board, but it's simply not possible to qualify first-person subjective experience with modern science's assumptions of what constitutes valid knowledge, that is, third-person, empirically measurable, verifiable, falsifiable. So the study of consciousness necessarily requires validity of first-person epistemology because consciousness is so subjective. And once we're free of trying to solve the impossibility of how dead matter can become alive with experience, we can now focus on other issues like the interaction problem, or we're studying the relationship between the known world and the knowing awareness. Or I think the more important problem is the relationship of the soul with consciousness.
Apurva, this is fantastic. And as much as I'd love you to go on and on and on, because I know that this is one of your really cool passions, I know that this is your last slide, so I'm just going to allow you to conclude in like the next 30 seconds or so, okay?
Okay, yes. So basically, from the perspective of relief of suffering, the really hard problem is the relationship of the soul with consciousness. And methodological naturalism is just one tool among many. It touches something real about the elephant, you know, the texture of the mechanism, the patterns of the physical world. But if a problem refuses to dissolve, no matter how cleverly we probe it, that's probably not a failure of effort, but it's a clue that we are reaching for the trunk of the elephant, certain it's a snake while the elephant is standing around us.
Beautiful. Dhanyavad. Thank you so much for sharing so much depth there. I don't think many people actually look beyond yoga Vedanta as Advaita Vedanta. So the fact that you've actually gone into different elements and you've been able to share that in a way that is something that people can then go away and take a deeper look at. And you've given people the snapshots there as well, the diagrams that they can move to as well. So absolutely fantastic. And thank you so much for joining us today. We do need to move on to Rotarian Lal Goalji. A global namaste to you here today as well, sir. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And tell us more about what you have in store for us.
Global namaste to all, and
Namaste.
special thanks to my friend Neil Kumarji, his team, Amrita, Riddhi, Vyas, and all those who are there today on a very, very special program, which we are going to be there for 1 hour or so, and that is on yoga and meditation. And before I will bring my guests from India, I would like to mention that as Neil Kumarji always says that I always talk, eat and sleep organ donation. Yes, and here also I will say that yoga and meditation plays a very big role. Today I would like to speak briefly on a subject that connects deeply with health, healing and life itself. The impact of yoga and meditation on our organs. Our body is a magnificent machine and every organ plays a vital role in keeping us alive and healthy. But in today's fast-paced world, stress, unhealthy lifestyle, lack of sleep, and emotional pressures are silently damaging our heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, or even our brain. This is where yoga and meditation becomes powerful tools for prevention and healing. Yoga is not just exercise. It is a science of balance. Regular yoga improves blood circulation. It also includes strengthening the heart, enhances lung capacity, supports digestion, and helps maintain healthy blood pressure and sugar levels. Certain yoga postures gently massage internal organs, improving their functioning and reducing strain on the body. Meditation, on the other hand, heals from within. When the mind becomes calm, the body responds positively. Stress hormones reduce, immunity improves. Sleep becomes better and the burden of our organs decreases. Research across the world has shown that meditation can help reduce the risk of heart disease, anxiety, depression, and lifestyle disorders. However, it is important to remember that yoga should always be practiced under proper guidance and expert supervision, especially for senior citizens, pregnant women, and people with medical conditions. Correct techniques and safe practice are essential to receive the full benefits and avoid injury. A healthy body creates healthy organs, and healthy organs create a better quality of life. Yoga and meditation also teaches us self-awareness and discipline. They inspire us to respect our body, value our health, and live with compassion and positivity. As we speak about saving lives through healthcare and organ donation, we must also remember the importance of protecting the organs we already have. Prevention is always better than cure. Even 20 minutes of yoga and meditation every day can bring transformational changes physically, mentally, and spiritually. Let us make yoga and meditation a part of our daily life, not only for fitness, but for complete well-being. Thank you very much for listening me patiently on the impact of yoga and meditation on healthy organs. Now, I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Ms. Shweta Gupta. Ms. Shweta Gupta is a renowned meditation and mindful coach. She is a yoga instructor. At presently, she is based in Pune. Ms. Shweta Gupta. Yeah. Welcome to this Healing Our Earth show. This show is on the different platforms, covered almost all the countries in the world. And basically every week, they are organizing on different topics which are beneficial for humans, animals, plants, and definitely for our Mother Earth. Now, you being a very informative and very, I must say, very much respected in the society, because I got your reference from my very good friends from Agra, where your husband was posted as the Air Commanding Officer of the Air Force, Indian Air Force, and you belong to that family where the safety of all of us depends on you all. And in spite of that, you become a renowned meditation and mindful coach. We would like to know your views on today's very important topic, yoga and meditation. Ms. Shweta Gupta, please.
Namaste. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
So lots and lots of love and blessings from the divine in me to the divine in you all. So firstly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for Sri Lal Goyalji, because this platform which you have provided me is very authentic and very prestigious for few volunteer souls chosen by God to do this kind of work. And the work you are doing, it's commendable, and I hope I also become a part of that journey sooner or later. But thank you very much for everything. So, friends, I'm basically from Jammu and Kashmir, but due to my husband's posting, we keep roaming all over India. And today I'm speaking from Pune. So I started my journey of yoga as a practitioner in 2012, and it was absolutely, a change, a transformation for me. And then, I started educating myself, took a lot of, certifications and everything. And I began my career, informal career, with an orphanage of 25 children. And we had reached those transformative stories, over a period of time where I was like, rest everything, all the roles what I was playing were just superficial, on body level. And this is what is my sole purpose, because I was an academic teacher also for 7 years. I had taught in many reputed schools, but after that I thought that, teaching something else which actually benefits me as well as the students or other, communities will be my actual goal. So when it all began, and God has planted and designed everything in such a beautiful sequence. Like, it all started with Ashtang Yoga, and definitely, introduced by the father of yoga, Maharishi Patanjali ji. And Apurwa, very beautifully, I was listening to her, very beautifully she covered the 6 schools of thought. So I would not go to ancient traditions again. I would just talk about the modern days yoga, holistic health. So I began my journey with Ashtang Yoga, which covers all 8 limbs. And the first was Yama and Niyama, which I think I was taking previously. The Yama is, social principle, and Niyama is moral discipline. So one thing, I just kept on jumping to, and then I understood that why these 8 limbs were created in such a beautiful manner that each and everybody on this earth could get benefited by this holistic health. So these 8 limbs started with Yama, Niyama, Asanas, of course, which gives us lots and lots of strength, as Shri Goyalji also said that, when you have a holistic health, you can definitely build up beautiful relationships, careers, everything, whatever is, in all aspect of life. And then comes the pranayama. Again, I got upgraded to pranayama, which was a life force, and connected myself as well as my students to that life force, which deeply, talked about the breath work and a lot of, breathing techniques, which are helping the students as well as the adults and many senior citizens also to a deeper level of calmness and intellect. So I have curated my own audios also on Yoga Nidra, which is Pratyahara, the next stage and the next limb. And if possible, I will share it with him, and then if it can be shared further, so it relaxes, our whole body, mind and soul. Because body it is, yoga is the food, asanas are the food for the body, pranayam is the food for the mind, and pratyahara and dharana and dhyana, because pratyahara is the bridge between the outer and the inner world, which connects us to the deeper level. So there, the thing starts for the inner wisdom. When we go deeper into pratyahara, it withdraws all the sense organs and then take us deeper, that what is our exact purpose of life. At Bhagavad Gita says, who I am, what is my purpose of life, and where do I belong to. These three questions start coming into each and every practitioner's life after we get into pratyahara. And then comes the dharana, which is a focus. Either we focus on an object or candle, or with any kind of, our ishta or anything, sagun or nirgun sarup, whatever we resonate with. And then we, go to that further. And dhyan is there where I am today. And of course, I do my own practices, and I teach in few corporates as well as in schools and colleges also. I keep going for my mindfulness and meditation session, but the more focus on meditation, because once, we are deeply rooted to what exactly do we need from this life. Are we just born to eat, entertain and die, or there is some deeper purpose? So that when you come to know, then there is a full giving, there is no look back. So, I really, wish and pray and hope that in all the education systems, India and abroad, this should be taken as a curriculum, as a official curriculum, and should be implemented in all the schools. Although the souls are born with their own soul purpose, nothing much, in humans' hand. But if we follow the philosophy of Vedanta and, non-duality and all, we are all gods in the, we are all basically souls in action, right? So that way, all of us, if we gather, if we unite together, we can still make a lot of change. Because I really get, I will not use the word disappointed, but I really get a little sad when I get to meet the students, and when they say that, ma'am, the society pressure, the peer pressure, the conditioning which has been given to a student right from the home, what you have to become, how you have to prove, the whole, society building the students to prove themselves, to become something, but no one is preparing them to face the failure, and no one is preparing them to, face the fears. So that is where we are today. And not, I'm not saying that, not every soul is awakened or awareness is not there. In fact, I'm very happy that these kind of social platforms have come up and we have achieved a lot of goals together. But I think if certain more things can be brought up to these platforms, things will be different. Because today the bags of the students of a fifth standard class are more heavier than the weight of theirs, right? So these kind of things like the suicides and everything, all these things which are happening, maybe to put a complete full stop on that, the more and more awareness and awakening is required. And yoga is much, much more beyond the asanas and the mat. I think we all know that as practitioners and teachers here, that how much impact it makes on the flexibility of a mind, body, and soul. And that is how, as Shri Lal Goyalji also say, that it plays a beautiful role on the development of each and every organ, like right from the kidney, liver, heart. Because in 1991, there was a beautiful survey done by the scientists in USA that neuron in our heart are definitely connected to the neurons in our brain. So that brings a lots and lots of grace. So that way, if we can all gather, and if we can all bring more schools of gurukuls like schools, and then of course we can dream, even if we can't achieve some things, but we can always dream, and then collective prayers and manifestations definitely work. So that is my purpose, along with the whole community in yoga and meditation. And a lot of things come along with this package. In a layman language, when we speak about this industry, the health and wealth, health and holistic industry, a lot of things come forward. Like the discipline comes inside. We don't have to get trained for that particularly, because when you are putting up in mat with few asanas, a lot of flexibility comes into your mind and brain also. So when we become disciplined, we become socially responsible for many things around happening around. And then the clarity starts coming with the breath work practice and the meditation, and the and we don't have to train people to just close their eyes. And we begin from that, because most of my students have this common question that I cannot close my eyes more than I'm talking about the beginners here. I cannot close my eyes more than 5 minutes. Lot of overthinking thoughts, they will come, there is no doubt, they will come. But then over a period of time, the sakshi bhav, what we say, starts getting awakening. Our chakras start getting cleansed. Our auriculars get absolutely cleansed. And then we see the purity, and then we see how discipline, how clarity in thoughts, choices we make about the food, the exercise, the choosing the right people, the right company for us. So the whole awakening and the whole holistic approach comes with this package of yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. And I just pray again that a lot of good thing happens. And that is why I think these type of platforms are being created, that all of us, like few volunteers from higher self, come and sit on these platforms and plan certain things for the futures and for the young generation, especially because it all starts from home, where they start getting conditioned, and then they come to the schools where they are put more pressure, and then they go to the adulthood where a lot of career responsibility and a lot of things are there. So to combat all that, uh, once and for all, this is the beautiful practice, and it has benefited me in person with lots and lots of transformation. I do not have, I think, that much of time to share my own case studies and stories. Maybe next time when I have a little bigger duration, we'll talk about that in detail. But I'm very happy, I must say that. And all the students who are in association with me, they are also like transformed. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shweta Gupta, for giving your views. And you have mentioned one thing. You said that you are not happy with the present condition because you feel so much pressures are there, and you want that the government can do something more by including this yoga and meditation in the curriculum, etc. But
Yes.
don't you think the words which John F. Kennedy has said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
Yes.
And that is why this Healing Our Earth, this platform, that instead of waiting for, because see, there are so many works, and as you know that we have so many challenges in the present condition of the world, that the government or the country is busy for so many things. But for these things, if such type of platforms are educating, at least it is reaching to few people or many people, I think we can also play important role. But yes, you have made a very correct point that we must ask the education department to include yoga and meditation, so that a child should know from the very beginning the importance of yoga and meditation, and will not only practice it when the time that the body or the mind or the organs have been damaged severely. Thank you very much, Shweta Gupta, for giving your views. Now, I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Rakhi Agrawal. Rotarian Rakhi Agrawal is law of attraction mentor, yoga therapist, and tarot reader. She is an esteemed member of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and she is based in Agra. Rotarian Rakhi Agrawal, you have heard what our earlier panelist, Ms. Shweta Gupta, has mentioned. And you are also practicing for meditation and yoga. You have started your studio very recently in Agra. And you have come earlier also on this platform and other platforms also. We would like to know your views on today's topic, yoga and meditation. Rotarian Rakhi Agrawal, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Neel Kumar ji, and Healing Our Earth for this platform. Namaste, everyone. So we'll start with our slides. I hope the slide is visible.
Yes, please.
So, what is exactly yoga? As we pronounce it yoga, actually it is yoga. So, I will try to say yoga. So, what comes to your mind when you hear yoga? When most people hear the word yoga, they immediately think of stretching, flexibility, or different poses, but yoga is far deeper than exercise. This word comes from the ancient root yuj, which means to unite. The union of mind, breath, emotions, and consciousness. And thank you, Shweta ji, for sharing light. And now, yoga is 5,000-year-old science created not just to make body healthy, but to create harmony. There is a beautiful Sanskrit quote which says, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. That is, yoga is calming of the fluctuation of mind. Think about that for a moment. Yoga is not about touching your toes. It is about learning how to quiet the noise inside your head. In today's fast-paced world, most people are disconnected from themselves. The body is tired, the mind is overstimulated, and the emotions remain tapped inside without release. Today, we are going to explore yoga from scientific and emotional perspective. What we will learn today is how yoga improves the functioning of our internal organs, how it rewires the brain for peace and emotional stability, how the body stores emotions, and how yoga helps to release deeply trapped stress and trauma. So how yoga helps in, internal organs. So let us first understand this. So most workouts focus on muscles. Yoga is different because it also stimulates our internal organs, our liver, kidneys, lungs, stomach, intestines, and all these organs need oxygen, rich blood circulation to function properly. When you move through yoga poses, especially twist, bend, and deep breathing, you create a gentle compression and release that effect inside the body. Now imagine squeezing a sponge underwater. When you squeeze it, the old water comes out. And when you release it, the fresh water flows back in. Yoga works similarly with your organs. Like for example, twisting poses gently squeezes the liver and kidney, supporting detoxification. Forward bends softly massages the digestive organs. Deep diaphragmatic breathing improves oxygen delivery throughout the body. And one of the most fascinating connection is that Now calls the gut the second brain. As everybody knows that gut is called our second brain. Heart is also one of our brain, and gut is also one of our brain, because nearly 90% of serotonin, the neurotransmitter associated with the happiness and emotional balance, is produced in the gut. So when yoga improves digestion and gut health, it also improves mood, emotional stability, and mental clarity. This is why after yoga, people often say, I don't just feel lighter physically, I feel lighter emotionally too, because the body and the mind are deeply connected. Yoga and mental wellness now how rewires our brain. Let us learn this. So modern life keeps most people trapped in a constant stress response notification, like daily notification comes to our mobile, deadlines, overthinking, emotional pressure. All of this activates the body fight and flight mode. When this happens, our heart rate increases, stress hormones like cortisol rises, muscles tightens, sleep becomes disturbed, and the mind keeps racing. But yoga activates opposite. It does. It keeps our parasympathetic nervous system, also known as rest, digest, and heal mode, open, and bridges between the body and brain. That is the breath. Pranayama is regulation of the breath. Every slow, conscious breath sends a signal to the brain that you are safe. And when the brain feels safe, healing begins. And scientific studies have shown that regular yoga and meditation can reduce activities in the amygdala, the brain fear center, improves emotional regulation, increase focus and clarity, reduces anxiety and depression symptoms. Now, let us learn about how it rewires brain, how it reduces anxiety. Our body remembers everything. This brings us to one of the most fascinating topic in modern healing, that is somatics. Somatic is understanding that the mind and the body are not separate. Every emotion you experience create a physical reaction inside the body. Think about fear. What happens immediately? The chest tightens, the stomach contracts, the shoulder rises, and the breath becomes shallow. Now imagine carrying that stress for months or years. The body starts storing those emotional patterns physically in the muscles and the tissues. This is why emotional pain often becomes physical pain. Many people unknowingly carry trapped emotion in the hips, chest, jaw, the belly, and the shoulders. There is a reason. This is the reason that when hip opening yoga poses can suddenly make someone emotional. The body is finally letting go. Sometimes during yoga, people unexpectedly cry, feel relief, or experience deep calm. This is not a weakness, actually. This is called release. Yoga creates a safe space for the nervous system to process emotions that were never fully expressed. Ancient yogic wisdom understood this long before modern psychology. There's a Sanskrit teaching which says, Shariram, Sharir Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. That is, the body is the primary instrument for transformation. Your body is not your enemy. It is constantly communicating with you, and yoga teaches us how to finally listen to it. Now is yoga as energy alignment. Why yoga matters today in modern life versus inner peace. In yogic philosophy, the body is not only physical, it is also energetic. Ancient yogis believed that the life force energy called prana flows throughout the body. When stress, trauma, fear, or emotional suppression builds up, this energy becomes blocked. And when this energy becomes blocked, people experience fatigue, emotional heaviness, anxiety, lack of motivation, and mental fog. So yoga combines movement, breath, awareness, and stillness to restore the natural flow of the energy. That is why after yoga, people often say, I feel more alive. Not because they burned calories, but because energy started flowing, that prana start flowing inside your body. So today we learned that yoga is not merely an exercise. Yoga is what is yoga? Yoga supports and nourishes your internal organs. It calms and rewires the brain, releases trapped emotion from the body, balances the nervous system, and reconnects you with yourself. Yoga is not about becoming flexible. It is also becoming a whole. Now I will like to end with a final Sanskrit quote. Samtatva yoga uchyate. Yoga is a state of inner balance. And perhaps that is what all of us are truly searching for. Not perfection, not constant productivity, but balance, peace, and connection within ourselves. Thank you so much. Now I would like to share some videos which I myself made. So let me share some 5 asanas. I think the video is visible.
No, not yet. No.
No. Okay. Let me share it. It is not visible?
No, it is not, because I think your slides are open right now. No? But we
Let me
can't
share. Okay, yeah, understood. Yeah, I'm sharing again. I think now it is.
Yes, it is visible.
So this is the child pose. This is for nervous system. It benefits, calms the nervous system. This is seated spinal twist, Ardha Matsyendrasana for liver, kidney, and detoxification. And this is Cobra, that is Bhujangasana.
Something. It's me who has stopped it because you've got a music in your video. And when you confirm it's not a copyright, it's created.
Somebody else shared something, I think.
No. Is there? You just.
Rakhi, do not play this, please. Maybe she's not listening.
Rakhi, please stop it. Just stop this.
Okay.
Because there is some copyright thing now, because you have taken the music. Which is not yours music, it is from someone else. So the platforms are very much
not permitting. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Rotin and Rakhi Agrawal, for giving your views with a very good PowerPoint presentation. And you rightly said that the proper yoga. My only question to you is, do you agree with me that the yoga should be done under a proper expert supervision and to be learned from an expert, not from those who are just watching a YouTube thing and then start giving the lectures and teaching the pupil? Do you agree?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I agree with you totally. We should learn from a trained yoga practitioner, so that because sometimes with stretches and bending, we can hurt ourselves, hurt our muscles, and hurt our internal organs. So it should be practiced with a proper under a proper guru or proper guidance.
Okay. So thank you very much, Rakhi Agrawal, for giving your views. Now I would like to introduce my last but not the least panelist guest, and he's Acharya Sri Shivam. Acharya Sri Shivam is the Dean of MIT Group of Institutions. He is the Director of Spiritual, Mental Well-being and Consciousness, and he's based in Pune. Acharya Sri Shivam, you have heard our 2 earlier panelists, Ms. Shweta and Rotin Rakhi, and they have given their views about yoga and meditation. Now, being yoga yourself is practicing in a very big way, and you are teaching. We would like to know from you your views on yoga and meditation. Acharya Shri Shivam, please.
Namaste, everyone. Warm welcome. And it's an honor and privilege to be a part of this beautiful gathering, global gathering. My heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lal Goyalji and the entire team for creating this beautiful initiative for mental health awareness, healing, and humanity. If we see around us today, humanity has achieved incredible things, almost everything we all have achieved. We can communicate globally like we all are. I'm based in India, someone is from US, UK, and globally we are connected. We never imagined this 30, 40, 50 years back. So artificial intelligence is growing rapidly, and I'm fortunate enough to have been invited by Dr. Ganesh Rajan, and we had interaction on AI and spirituality. So recently, I'll share the link as well. And it was a beautiful discussion which happened. So technology is advancing every day, but inwardly, something seems missing. Even when I see my university with students, there is something which is missing. Though they are very intelligent, Gen Zs creating movements, be it a cockroach movement or so many revolutionaries are part of this generation, but something is missing if I see. So externally, we all are connected, but internally disconnected. So this is what I have observed. And many people appear perfectly fine on the outside. When you meet them, you see smiling faces, they shook hands, and they are so happy, while silently struggling within. There is a struggle going on, which they don't want to share, maybe because they're not comfortable to share. But there is a struggle within. And perhaps that is why mental health is no longer just a medical conversation. It is becoming a deeply human conversation. And I think almost everyone is very much interested, those who are from this space, to have a conversation on this. And we are fortunate enough that we are talking on these topics, very sensitive topics. Sometimes I feel modern people have become like smartphones. Like we all charge our phones, fully charged externally, but internally too many apps are running simultaneously. And so as our mind, the mind never stops. When Buddha said, Appamado amatpadam, pramado machano padam, appamatta namayanti, yepamatta yathamata. He's referring to awareness. Awareness is the path to truly living. And unawareness is the path towards suffering. So even when I see around me, I see so much unawareness. And this suffering is absolutely because of unawareness. So those who live with the awareness, they truly live. Those who live unconsciously miss the depth of life itself. And Shastra says, those who are not living in awareness, they're actually dead people. They're like stones. So what ancient meditators observed inwardly, through awareness, through deep reflection, through contemplation, modern science is now beginning to study outwardly. We invite so many guest speakers from West. And when they teach us the meditation, when they talk about the neuroscience, when they give us examples, I feel so strange that the culture which belongs to this nation, which is like very easily accessible and available, people don't want to know about it. But when something is coming from West, then they accept it. So research using brain imaging and neuroscience studies increasingly suggest that meditation practices may reduce activity associated with chronic stress. So recently I've gone through the Harvard research, And it says it improves emotional regulation, support attention and mental clarity. And there has been a research when in a particular country, in German, many people sat for transcendental meditation, and when they sat in a group. So after a certain period of time, the crime rate decreased of that country. So because it calms the nervous system and positively influence areas connected with self-awareness and compassion, automatically, one who's a practitioner is never violent. Naturally, the state of compassion will arise. Some studies also suggest long-term meditation may help reduce excessive activation of the amygdala, the brain's fear and stress center. And ancient wisdom and modern science are slowly meeting again. And more than 2,000 years ago, Patanjali defined yoga as profoundly scientific when he says yoga chitti vritti nirodha. Yoga is the calming of the fluctuation of the mind. When we observe deeply the movement of the mind, in that observation, in that observing the mind, when we see the fluctuations, then we understand where are we standing. So the whole purpose of the yoga is to calm the fluctuation of the mind. And we should understand this, that it is not suppression, it is not escape, but understanding the movement of the mind so deeply that silence naturally arises. We cannot force in order to experience silence. In Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna and Arjuna are having a dialogue in the battlefield before the war even begins, Arjuna experiences a deep psychological collapse. He was in a depression. And when the shloka comes in Bhagavad Gita, I would like to quote that shloka. Sidanti mama gatrani mukham cha parishusyati vepayuscha sharire me rom harshascha jayate gandivam sansrate hastatva kachchaiva paridahate na cha shakno vanavastum bhramtiv chamemana. His limbs are trembling. He's shaking. His mouth is drying. His body is shaking. And his whole skin is burning. And Gandiv means the Dhanush, the bow and the arrow. His Gandiv, his bow is very famous. He got that bow in the gift. It's slipping from his hands. Why? Because his mind feels confused and unsteady. And everything is mind. If I tell you that there are people who are waiting for you to murder you, to kill you, how your whole nervous system will react. And if immediately after 2 minutes I say, I'm just joking, automatically you will be fine. So what is that? It is the mind which plays. So when we talk about the Bhagavad Gita, it is not philosophical, it is deeply psychological. And when Krishna responds, not with condemnation, but with awareness. So this is the quality of spiritual master. This is the quality of one who has done something on his mind. When he says, Yogastho kuru karmani, sangam tyaktva dhananjaya, siddhya siddhayo samo bhutva samatvam yogacchate. What Krishna is talking about? Krishna is talking about inner balance. Krishna himself is sthit pragya. He has established inner balance. So established in inner balance, when perform action, remaining centered in sukha and dukkha, in success and failure, that balance is called yoga. There is a misconception that doing some pranayam and some physical movements is called yoga. No, that is not yoga. Yoga is something much beyond that. Yoga is not only twisting the body. Yoga is learning how not to collapse internally. Yoga is learning how to remain sthit pragya, how to be stable within, without getting disturbance. So I'm reminded of a beautiful story. A man went to a Zen master and asked, Master, what is the secret of peace? Whenever I see you, I find you so peaceful, and you're always in joy, you're always peaceful. I also want to know this. How can you be always so peaceful? How can you remain in peace always? So the master said, when I am hungry, I eat. When I am tired, I sleep. Whenever I feel like doing anything, I just do. So that disciple, he laughed. He said, not only me, but everyone does that. What is special about this? Then the master said, no, boss, no. While eating, people are checking phones, thinking about work, thinking about work-life balance, thinking about kids, thinking about family, remembering the arguments, what that person has told me. Let me think what to reply. Let me plan my day tomorrow. And while sleeping, the body lies on the bed, but the mind goes on world tour. What is going to happen? How my money is working? How my SIP is doing? My appraisal is coming. So many thoughts. And perhaps this is our condition today. This is all conditioning. When we were child, we were absolutely pure. Our chitta, our consciousness was very pure. But due to this societal conditioning, we have become like this. So the body is in one place and the mind is somewhere else. It is not important that I'm sitting here physically. I'm totally here. No. You may see I am sitting here, but my mind is probably somewhere else. So this is the condition. And continuously mind is running, continuously overloaded. And a mind that never rests eventually becomes exhausted. Because when you are always on survival mode, then what will happen to your body? 24 hours adrenal rush. So Vashishta says in Yoga Vashishta, Maneva Manushyanam Karanam Bandhamokshaya. The mind alone is the cause of bondage and liberation. If you know how to manage this thing, the same mind can create suffering. Let me tell you. And the same mind can become the doorway to freedom. And those who have mastered the mind, they have done something amazing in life, be it Buddha, be it Jesus, be it Nanak, be it Kabir, Patanjali, Yoga Vashishta, Krishna, whomsoever you worship or who you know. And today research increasingly shows that chronic emotional stress is increasing day by day. And how this is affecting? Number one, sleep. Majority people are unable to sleep. Then blood pressure, immunity, very weak immunity, digestive issues, heart health. And because of these 5 things, your breathing pattern disturbs. We don't know how to breathe. And because we don't know how to breathe, our overall well-being becomes very low and disturbed. So the body silently carries the emotional history of the mind. And this is where meditation and awareness become deeply important. Because when a person becomes more aware, more peaceful, more compassionate inwardly, their relationship with life changes. There is a harmony in the life. Mansa vacha karmana. When our thoughts, when our mind, speech, and when our actions all are in sync, then there is a harmony. And when there is a harmony, there is a relationship with life. There is a relationship with the nature. And perhaps even movements like organ donation become deeper through awareness. Because organ donation ultimately arises from compassion, sensitivity, and connectedness with humanity. So meditation slowly dissolves excessive selfishness. Nowadays, people have become so selfish, always thinking about me. And the whole purpose of yoga is to become free of this thing, me. My life is not separate from others. When true yoga you realize, then you experience a unionship with life, the unionship with humanity, the unionship with the whole universe. And then you say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one world, one family. And with this feeling, a sense of my life is not separate from others. I am another you, and you are another me. And when consciousness becomes more compassionate, when human being becomes more compassionate, naturally, more willing to care each other, more willing to support each other, more willing to donate for the right cause and serve. So in a beautiful way, inner healing and humanitarian service are deeply connected. They go hand in hand. So with this, I would like to guide for a quick meditation. So gently, please close your eyes and just be what you are very naturally. Be aware of your breath. Allow your mind to settle into your breath. Very gently inhale and exhale. Don't change your breath. Let it be as it is. Now instruct your mind that for a few moments, I am moving from thinking to experiencing. Breathe in, no effort. Breathe out, no control. Inhale gratitude. Exhale love. Just awareness. Now become aware of your heartbeat. Silently feel gratitude for everything, whatever is happening. Gratitude for your heart. Your heart has been serving you continuously since birth. Now become aware of your lungs, breathing for you every moment. The whole life is flowing within you. The prana energy is flowing continuously. Relax your head, your forehead, your shoulders, even a little bit baggage. If you feel, just drop it. Relax your jaw. And for a few moments, simply be present in this moment. Nothing to achieve, nothing to prove. And now let us pray for the whole world and for the self. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings experience well-being. May no one suffer. And please repeat after me. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. सर्वे संतो निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। Inhale and exhale gently and deeply. Rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. Feel the warmth. Bring a very gentle smile on your face. And gently open your eyes and let us share our smiles with each other. So meditation is not becoming something new. Meditation is remembering your natural state. So this is our natural state, which is called Sat Chit Ananda. And this is also what we explore in our every week inner journey dialogues, which we do on Wednesday 8 p.m. IST. So a space where we all grow naturally and be in this state naturally. So if any of you would like to join, most welcome. And with this, I would like to end my session. May you all be happy and blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Acharya Shri Shivam. You have made 2 points, which I would like to just clarify from you. First thing, you talked about cockroach. Now, you are also in a university, very reputed university. You are also dealing with the youth. Do you think that you right now the lack of yoga or meditation in the youth is creating that frustration, which is coming out through the social media, and that's why this cockroach movement has started? Or you think that something wrong in their outlook, or as our one of the panelists earlier said, that it should be in curriculum about the yoga and meditation? What are your views? Because you are dealing with this generation especially.
So first of all, I would like to quote that the philosophy, the culture, the land which we belongs to, this land is itself is a dharma. When we follow that dharma, then everything is beautiful. But the moment we forget how to walk on this path of truth, how to walk on the path of dharma, then everything gets disturbed. In Chanakya, when I'm quoting Chanakya, is a wonderful personality in the era of Dhananand. When Dhananand, everyone knows, and for those who are not aware about that.
Acharya ji, you have to be a bit short,
Actually, I just have to do context thing,
yeah.
then I can do. So Chanakya was economist, and the Dhananand, who was the king, who was not following the dharma, in that era, everyone was unhappy. So people like Chanakya came, they raised their voice, and they shared their perspectives. People want to walk on dharma. People want to share their views, their perspectives. And if we are unable to share our views, our perspectives, then probably we live in a dictatorship. So when we are allowed to share what we are experiencing, what we are doing, that is a very beautiful space we can create. So even when we talk about cockroach or butterflies or whatever it is, I simply say it is not about a political party. It is about walking on the path of truth, walking on the path of dharma. And when we become conscious citizen, when we become aware citizen, then we can lead to the best public policy. We can lead to a better nation, better society, and most importantly, better self.
Okay, one more question before I will wind up this. my segment of the program. You mentioned about the transcendental meditation, which was started by Mahesh Yogi somewhere in 1950 or so. And now the Western gurus are teaching. In India, the practicality is that everyone is teaching with their own ways of meditation. Somebody is saying that this meditation is correct, the other one says, and they are so many shops, I can say, use the word, are open. How to know that which meditation is right and where to go, because that's lots of confusion is going on. What do you say about that?
See, many people say peace of mind, but I want to clarify there is no such thing as peace of mind. There is either peace or there is mind. So, till the time mind exists, there is no peace. So, we have to understand this very deeply, that if I am closing my eyes and if I remember that I am meditating, it means I'm not meditating. Because meditation is not something which I can do. Meditation is the byproduct of my practice. I have to walk in a certain way, I have to be in a certain way, like I have to eat in a certain way, I have to sleep in a certain way, I have to speak in a certain way. That's why right speech, right thoughts, mindful eating. When all the things are in sync, then what happens is meditation, because meditation is flowering. Meditation is the perfume of the consciousness. You cannot just go and have some beer or chill and say, this is my beer meditation. There are people who are doing beer meditation. There are people who are doing wine meditation and all. I don't know what is that. Probably they have something in their mind, but that is definitely not meditation. So when everything is not, that which is omnipresent, omniscient, transcendental, that is meditation. So the word meditation is not meditation. The experience itself is everything. It is like if I say, eat sugar, then only you can tell me what's the taste of sugar. If I ask you what is the taste of sugar, and if you're not experienced that taste, you cannot tell me. Exactly the same is meditation. You have to taste it, you have to experience it.
I agree with you, but my question remains same, that how to identify which form of meditation is the correct form in India. So many meditations are going on, so many schools are going on, teaching different meditation. At least we must know. But anyway, thank you very much for giving your time and valuable thoughts about yoga and meditation. I am sure that today's program is quite informative to all those who have heard it. And that's it from my side. Over to you, Mr. Neel Kumar.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal, for another wonderful contribution on every week that you bring experts here. I would like to introduce you to all of you, Sri Srinath. He will be useful for some of the correlations of some of the work that we can do together. So Acharya, say hello to Sri Srinath. He actually is he serves currently as a founder president of the Vivekananda Yoga University there in USA, which is a very good organization there. It took several years, I think nearly 6 years, to convince the local state authority to get it going, and does a wonderful work in a non-profit leadership as a president of Seva International as well, I believe. Earlier he was here, he actually described a few outreaches that he's doing. So Rotarian Lal Goyal, say hello to Sri Srinath from the Yoga University.
Global Namaste.
Acharya, you say hello as well. Honey?
Hello, Namaste, Sri Srinath.
Honey, you have got to keep in touch with me for the summer's integrated projects that we are planning. Riddhi is directly in touch and actually has also studied under her. Anukul, for the science and tradition, Sri actually mentioned particular thing which the Indian ministry is doing now. They are merging yoga and Ayurveda, and not only that, because they are bringing the whole Ayush facets into there, including homeopathy, medicine as a supplement, and particularly the Indian knowledge system, which presently on the earth is the oldest recorded written system that is there. There was civilization before Indians. So it's beautiful. Sri Srinath, you've got a hand up, your comment before we move on to Seema and Surbi. Over to you.
No, I just wanted to, because we're a university, there are different branded yoga, if for want of a better, So what we subscribe to is nothing but everything. Okay, any form of yoga. I'm not talking about the vikrutis, like what Acharyaji mentioned about bear yoga or goat yoga or something like that. But any branded yoga, whether it is Shivananda meditation or even what the Yoga Alliance is, the innovations in America, which is hot yoga and power yoga. Those are actually the hot yoga, even though it has a bad marketing name because of its history, still they have some of the best teacher training manuals that ever written. Okay, for instance, so there are certain great things about different aspects of yoga, and that people subscribe to. And as a university, we teach nothing but everything. Okay, meaning we are not focusing on one kind of yoga because we treat all of them the same. Yes, multiple paths lead to the same goal. So I just wanted to mention that irrespective of the meditation techniques or yoga techniques, for instance, when you look at Surya Namaskara, which actually is from medieval times, it is not ancient, it is not from Patanjali. Okay, it is a combination of different asanas that was been put together. We don't know the author. We don't know who invented it. That perhaps in the 15th, 16th century, something like that, somebody should have done it because it has continued as a tradition. And when you look at Surya Namaskara, different schools teach the same Surya Namaskara in different ways. And all of which I feel are valid because they are time tested and everything. Not necessarily anything, but most of the major schools that I know of, there are small variations, but this is so. I think that perspective we need to take with regard to meditation and yoga. Similar thing with Ayurveda, same thing comes, different, states, different regions in Bharat practice the same thing, and then there are slight variations. Plus, even the formularies, they are different because if a herb is grown in Himalaya versus the herb is grown in the tropics like Kerala, it is very different. Okay, their properties may be slightly different. Okay, so that variation has to be, I think, celebrated rather than distinguished.
Thank you, Sri. We'll dwell on it a bit more if you just wait about 20 minutes. Let's go to Seema and Surbi. And Acharya, if you stay around, then we can chit chat. Anukul Goswami, make a note of both these personalities. One is in Pune, and he is the dean of that university. Here is the president of the Vayu. Wonderful. They also do PhD level certification, which will be very useful. So we'll come back in a while. Honey, let's bring Dr. Seema. She's our regular contributor. Seema, if you could actually chit chat with Honey, the harmonious way to health, that will be nice. Over to both of you, and then we'll bring Surbi in as well. Thank you, Raki. Thank you, Sweta, for your contributions. Over to you, Honey. Thank you.
Thank you, Neilji, and thank you, of course, Sri Srinathji. I just wanted to say very well done what you shared. All the different paths, you acknowledge all of them. If you look at dancing, there are so many different styles of dance. So you can't say one dance is the only style. There's always different styles, but it's all dance. Or you can talk about butterflies, so many species of butterflies. They're still butterflies, or mangoes, let's say, different mangoes. So God has made so many beautiful variety, in our world. So we have to kind of appreciate and acknowledge. I can understand. Thank you very much also to Acharya Sri Shivanji. Really enjoyed the meditation. Very, very peaceful, excellent. And our wonderful Rotarian Lal Goelji, of course, for your regular contribution and bringing so many amazing guests on our Healing Our Earth platform. Just wanted to congratulate you and the best wishes for all your organ donation work that you're doing. And we are very proud of you. Now we move on to an amazing lady, of course, and this is our wonderful Seema Shah. And this is Dr. Seema Shah, a holistic professional whose passion for wellness stems from personal challenges, global exposure, and a relentless desire to empower others. And this is through the transformative power of nutrition, health, coaching, mindset, yoga, meditation, and essential oils. That's very interesting. So, Dr. Seema Shah, a global namaste to you, and thank you very much for joining us here on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, and a global namaste to all of you, and thank you for having me here. And I've been listening to some of the conversations. Yoga, a union of body, mind, soul, and the breath anchoring it. The pause between moments just as important as every breath we take. And yes, meditation should be something that's moment to moment experience. So totally agree with that. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is basically a guided visualization. And I like to call it a visualization because it's a journey through visualizing through the 7 major chakras. And it's for those who are starting off the meditation journey and need something to focus on. But for the ones who are more advanced, meditation comes more naturally. So chakras, as you could, or you might have seen on my logo, it's like the 7 major petals of the colors of the chakra with somebody in a meditation pose. And it's because I integrate the knowledge of chakras in a mind, body, soul perspective to anything I do, right the way from working as a clinician to the holistic health endeavors I do, because there's just so much wisdom, like the yoga I practice, but through the knowledge of the chakras that I've got over time. As an example, the different foods which are nourish different chakras, different pranayams, different asanas for different chakras to activate. But ultimately, what we're aiming for is alignment and harmony to function at our best, mind, body, and soul. So let's start with a short guided visualization before we then go on to my dearest friend Surbi from the US, who's going to again lead us to a yoga practice from her expertise. So if it's safe to do so, I invite you to close your eyes and just focus on your breath. Nice, slow, deep breaths in and slow, conscious breaths out. And as you breathe in, feel calmer and calmer with each breath in. And as you breathe out, emanate that love first in each and every cell of your body and then outwards. Breathe in with a gentle smile on your face. And a slow, conscious breath out, spreading that love beyond you. And as you focus on your breaths, slow, conscious, deep breaths in and out at your pace. Today, we're going to do a guided visualization on the 7 major chakras, which are linked along our spine, and the 7th one, the crown chakra, just above our head. Each of these chakras are related to different colors, different parts of our bodies, and different properties, mind, body, and soul. So with your next deep breath in, with a smile on your face, gently relax your legs, your feet, and the whole of your lower limbs. Letting go of any stress, any tension. And with your next deep breath in, at your base, feel your abdomen soften, shoulders relaxed, hands relaxed, either on your lap if you're seated, and if you're lying down, by your side. And yet, with your next deep breath in, relax your neck and have a bigger smile, consciously relaxing each and every muscle in your head and scalp region, emanating that love further and relaxing further. Just embracing this present moment with gratitude and joy. And as you take your next deep breath in, focus on the base of your spine, the area for a root chakra. It's associated with the color red, and it's to do with our safety, feeling grounded and supported. And as you focus on this area, feel each and every cell of your body getting bathed in this red, vibrant color, the color of our grounding, to do with our connection to Mother Earth. And in your mind, affirm to yourself, I am grounded in my strength. I am grounded in my strength. And take a deep breath in. And slowly and consciously breathe out. Feeling grounded, supported, and safe. With your next deep breath in, focus on your lower abdomen, the area for your sacral chakra. The color associated with this is the color orange, and it's to do with our creativity, flow in life, and to do with our experience of the sensual pleasures in our life. For example, what we taste, what we see, and all the other things we embrace from our life as a human. And as you focus on this area, feel the color orange in each and every cell of your body, bathing it with this flow and creativity. And with the smile on your face, affirm in your mind, I grow with the flow. I grow with the flow. And take a deep breath in. Smile on your face. Feeling more relaxed. As we now focus to our upper abdomen, the area for our solar plexus chakra. The color gold or yellow is associated with this chakra, and it's to do with our courage, our confidence, our empowerment in life. As you breathe in, feel the golden yellow color bathing each and every cell of your body, feeling empowered. And as you smile, affirm to yourself, I take empowered action. I take empowered action. Now focus with your next deep breath in at the heart center, the space for our heart chakra, associated with the color green or pink. This is to do with love, compassion, forgiveness. And as you breathe in, feel the color that resonates best, pink or green, bathing every cell of your body. And as you smile, Affirm to yourself, I radiate with the essence of pure love. I radiate with the essence of pure love. And as you take your next deep breath in, focusing on the throat area where the throat chakra is, and the color blue is associated with this chakra. This is to do with our truth, our communication and self-expression. As you focus on your next breath in, feel the color blue bathing each and every cell of your body. And with a smile on your face in gratitude, affirm to yourself, I express myself authentically. I express myself authentically. Now, with the next deep breath in, focus on the area between your eyebrows, the seat for the third eye chakra, associated with the color of the night sky, indigo. This is to do with our intuition and that inner wisdom, the sixth sense. And with a smile, focusing on this area and the color indigo, tune inwards. Just notice your breath. Any wisdom that's coming through, acknowledge it kindly. And affirm to yourself, I trust my intuition. I trust my intuition. And now, gentle smile, all the muscles softened as we focus on the area just above our head where the crown chakra is. This is associated with the color violet or white. And it's to do with the divine, the universal connection, and peace. Truly being at peace within, between each other, and out to the whole universe as a whole. And as we embrace this crown chakra properties, visualize the color that resonates best with you, either white or violet. And having a peaceful smile on your face, affirm to yourself, I am at peace. I am at peace. Take a few moments to embrace this peaceful space, breathing in and out, and the space between those breaths. And now imagine all the 7 chakras being in harmony, in alignment, feeling grounded, yet being joyous and empowered, coming from the essence of true love with authenticity, being in tune with your inner guidance and knowing that we are all interconnected. And as you feel harmonized, affirm to yourself, I manifest abundance in all aspects of my life. I manifest abundance in all aspects of my life. And I invite you to take a few deep breaths in and out at your own pace, focusing on any color that is more prominent and comes for you, any thoughts that emanate, and any affirmation that resonates best with you. And as you take your next deep breath in, with a smile on your face, breathe in peace. And as you breathe out, feel that love within you emanating outwards. And with a gentle smile, slowly come back to the present moment by rubbing your palms gently. Slowly cupping your eyes. And slowly, if you got your eyes closed with a few blinks, gently opening your eyes. Thank you.
Oh, that was so peaceful, Seema ji. That was amazing. A really wonderful meditation. I'm sure all our Healing Our Earth family members, all sitting from wherever they are around the world, must be feeling so peaceful and calm right now. Thank you so much. And I know that we're also moving on to your wonderful friend and colleague, our lovely Surabhi Sharma. Is that right? Hello,
Yes,
and a global namaste, Surabhi ji.
global namaste to everybody.
Let me do a little introduction about your wonderful work that you're also doing. We have Surabhi Sharma, who's a certified yoga teacher and the creator behind Namaste Yoga, a very popular YouTube channel. And I'm going to be checking it out as well myself. She holds many, many credentials from the Yoga Alliance, and her teaching mission focuses on sharing deep practical yoga knowledge. She breaks down powerful alignment tips, all these invaluable little secret tips, I would say, and techniques that are often missed in standard group classes. So I'm very, very excited to find out what these little secret invaluable tips are from you, dear Surabhi ji. So what will you be doing for us today? What will you be sharing with us?
Thank you. Namaste, global namaste to everybody. And thank you, Seema, for recommending me here. I truly appreciate that. So today I will be telling you a little bit about my journey to yoga and what led me here. So before we even start, I want you to ask something. Do all of you feel a little bit more stiffer than you felt 10 years ago? On your neck, on your hips, on your lower back. So I think most of you can relate to that now. And honestly, this is one of the reasons I came back to yoga. I restarted yoga after 40. I am a very typical woman in many ways, you know, husband, kids, responsibilities, home, perimenopause, and dealing with all sort of physical problems. So I completely understand what it feels like when body starts asking for attention, but the life is moving on fast pace. So I grew up in India. I was part of a yoga school team. So I had some background in yoga before, but like many other people, I drifted away from it. Life happens. But then after having 3 kids, I started struggling with sciatica pain, major sciatica. So, but yoga helped me a lot. But because I had some background in yoga, and at that time I was living in US, I was going to yoga classes, but I realized that something is missing here. I need to know why, because I know this I am doing yoga, but it's not helping me that much. That's when I decided to take a yoga teacher's training. So I took my 200-hour teacher training in US and understood what Western yoga is, or what yoga has become after coming to the West. So I decided to take my 300-hour teacher training in India. So today my teaching style is really a mix of both Western and. So my yoga is really not for people who are trying to do extreme poses. It's for real people, busy people, people managing work, family, stress, everyday changing bodies. And what I learned through my own journey is this, that every body is different. So every practice should also be different. One person needs stability, another person might need mobility. One person might be too flexible, another person might be too stiff. One person might need to slow down, another person might need to just jump up and do some strength training. So I believe that yoga is not a copy paste. I believe yoga should be adapted intelligently based on your body's need. And this is where I feel many people struggle. They focus so much on how a pose looks and they stop paying attention to how a pose should feel. Yoga is not about forcing your body into shape. It's about understanding when you are in the pose, how your body feels. So that's where I saw the disconnect, because there are people who are doing yoga as a yoga. Yoga is not just asana, as Acharya Shri just mentioned. It's not just asana, it's a way of living. But I saw the disconnect for normal people like you and me. So I often tell my students that it's not the pose that changes your body, it's how you do the pose. Two people can do exact same pose, and one person might feel very comfortable in that pose, and another person might feel he's too stiff and struggling or maybe in pain. So honestly, this is my favorite thing to teach, and that's what I incorporated in my teaching, that people should understand where the movement should come from, what should stay stable, what should relax, where they should feel the work, and where they should not. And because once you understand a pose, you can adapt it. One pose can be done in many different ways based on your body. So adaptation is very important. If your hips are tight, you modify differently. If your knees are sensitive, you approach the pose differently. If your lower back is weak, then you support differently. So this is why awareness matters more than flexibility. And this is also why yoga does not need to be very long to be effective. When the body is positioned correctly, every simple movement becomes powerful. So today, many yoga classes move very fast. They are in the flow. They want to do the flow and move one pose to the other pose. Movement itself is not wrong, but sometimes we move so quickly that body doesn't get chance to respond. So yoga is really about awareness. When you slow down, your breath changes, your nervous system starts calming down, your mind becomes present, and your body starts responding differently. The body understands awareness better than force. So instead of forcing through many poses, I encourage people to do fewer poses, but hold the pose and focus on the breath, because breath is the key between your body and mind. When people are stressed, breath is very rapid. And when you have a rapid breath, nervous system starts to break down, body muscles start to get tighten up, and you cannot do yoga or calm your body down in that situation. So when you are in a pose, you need to calm the breath down. That settles the nervous system, that settles the mind, it loosens up the muscles so you can relax in a pose. But excuse me. So today, for a little practice, I am going to show you how the slowing down makes a lot of difference, and how it is very important that you understand your body. When I teach classes, many times I see that people say that they're doing butterfly for so many years, but they still feel pain, they are not flexible. So when I ask them to do it, what I see is they are slouching down. This is the position they are sitting, and they're trying to do butterfly. So first of all, fix your posture. Right now, most of you are sitting on your chairs and you don't realize how you're sitting. So as soon as I said that, some people might have adjusted themselves. So just relax your posture. Make sure your lower back is in the natural curve. That is the natural curve of our lower back. If you cannot sit and you have to slouch down, come forward and sit on the edge of your chair. Once your posture is correct, we are going to do a little bit of exercise here. Once your posture is correct, make sure both of your feet are firmly on the ground. Lower your chair if you're not reaching the ground. Once you're perfectly stable, then we are going to use the breath and movement is going to follow. In yoga, every time when you do yoga, breath first, movement follows. So as you inhale, raise your arms up. And keep breathing, do not hold your breath. And as you exhale, down. Now you know what to do, so you can close your eyes and fully be in the movement. So first you start to inhale, raise your arms up. Keep breathing, don't hold your breath. Just keep your focus on the breath. Exhale, arms down. Just simple movement. Next, I'm going to show you how you can improve the posture of your body by doing a seated cat-cow breathing. You don't have to be on the mat. If you want to be on the mat, that's okay. But just inhale, expand your arms, lift your chest and look up. Hold for 5 seconds, keep breathing. And as you start to exhale, hug yourself. Round your back and look down. Hold for 5 seconds, keep breathing. It's really important that you keep breathing. Once again, first start inhaling and then expand your hands. And then start exhale. Curl your back. Round your back, hug yourself. And one last time. Inhale. Expand your arms out. Exhale. Hug yourself. Inhale, come to the center and relax. So just like we have been talking about yoga right now, it's the everyday movement that matters a lot. I tell my students that just doing yoga half an hour or 1 hour a day and then going back to your old habits, that's not going to change anything. So you need to be very conscious about your sitting habits, your walking habits, your standing habits. So another thing, I always encourage students to understand your body. Like for example, in triangle pose, typically when you're doing triangle pose, you're looking up. But when people are watching YouTube videos and following it, they don't understand the point that if you have cervical issues, you should not be looking up. You should look straight. If you have high blood pressure, you should look down, not up. Otherwise, it's going to raise your blood pressure even more. So these little tips I teach my students. I have a YouTube channel, but I started it after seeing all those YouTube videos of Vidya and seeing the disconnect that people just follow them blindly without understanding their body. So, excuse me. One more stretch we are going to do today is a little twist. Since we stretched our back, up and down. We are going to twist our back. The key to the twist is you always twist on the exhale. So first you inhale. On the exhale, twist towards your left. You can hold on to the back of the chair if you want and hold this pose. Always hold the pose a little longer, but keep breathing. Do not hold your breath. Then start inhaling and then come to the center. Then again, take a deep inhale. On the exhale, twist to the other side. Hold and keep breathing. Inhale, come to the center. Let's do it 2 more times. Inhale, on the exhale, twist. Inhale to the center. Exhale, twist to the other side. Inhale to the center. Exhale, twist. Inhale to the center. And last one, exhale, twist to the other side. Inhale, come to the center. I hope you enjoyed the practice. So if there is one thing that I want you to remember today is this. Yoga is not about doing more. Yoga is about understanding more. Understanding your body, your breath, your limits, your needs. And when you bring together proper alignment, mindful movement, and breath awareness, your practice becomes complete physically and mentally. So next time when you practice yoga, don't ask yourself how far you can go, how much stretch you can do. Instead, ask what I'm doing. Am I understanding this? Is it good for my body? So without breath, yoga becomes exercise. But when you include the breath and slow down, yoga becomes a practice. So I hope you enjoyed the session. And thank you so much for having me today. Namaste.
Thank you, Surbhi. Everybody was following Anupul, Sudhir, Dr. Ulrich in Germany. You can see people are from different countries. At Healing Our Earth, we try to cover all the continents so that we have good representation. And it's nice to see if we can integrate different methods with a different style and different outreaches. There is no gender bias at Healing Our Earth. There is no race bias. There is no caste bias. There is no age bias. We just try to bring better communities. So, Sudhir, I see you are enjoying looking left, looking right, inhaling, exhaling. Of course, you are an expert at all this and quite senior at Healing Our Earth here. What was going on through your mind as Surbhi was experiencing her style and sharing with others?
Global Namaste, and thanks for giving me voice. Yoga and meditation are like a starting points for making oneself whole. In today's world, it is so easy to be fragmented. So literally, yoga is picking the pieces and making oneself whole. So that's first thought that crossed me. The second is, I was marveling at Maharshi Mahesh Yogi's foresight. In 1950s, nearly 70 years ago, he gave us transcendental meditation. I was late in learning. I learned it in November of 1998. So today I'm reminded of great men and their great gift to mankind. That has healed me a lot. Not that I did not have my share of trials and tribulations. Neil, I did have my share. But then they were like throwing a stone, not in water, but in honey. The viscosity is so much that it doesn't perturb the surface. There are now no big ripples rising. So today evening, I'm going through those thoughts, and I'm blessing all the people who have made me come closer to yoga, come closer to meditation. And we are in good company. There are so many experts here, Neil. We should remember only one principle, if you allow me to say, and that is we should have some quality me time. And during that quality me time, we should be investing in yoga and meditation.
Indeed, Sudhir.
The rewards are worth it.
It's a very valid point.
Thank you.
Srinath actually mentioned that we don't just have to go back to Patanjali, which is difficult to date. Some say 4,000, some say 5,000. Of course, it was Swami Ramdev who actually brought it in an easy format so that it became good. And then India made it an International Yoga Day on 21st of June. And 180 countries follows that, which is beautiful. Yoga meditation has actually got some science backing as well. So the National Health of United Kingdom is also considering that prevention may be better than cure and actually save money to the national health. And Sri actually has started a university there where they do up to PhD level. Her daughter was here, his daughter was here earlier. She had an excellent presentation. Apurwa was here. Maybe, Anupul, if you could include Apurwa, because she's of a younger generation. It's very important that we don't listen to only over 50s and over 60s. Whilst they've got wisdom and experience, the technology and the current science back may be missing out because they may be slow in grasping or something. So let's bring them as a patron and ambassadors, but let's bring the dynamic youth in this, which is beautiful. Ulrich, in Germany, you're happy you're escaping the great, beautiful heat of India. And we are on a heat wave here in London at the moment. We are 32 degrees, which is very hot for us because we don't have ACs and we don't know how to live in a temperature which is normal to, for example, Sri Shivam in India. Surbi, you are okay. You are in a lovely country down there, which is average temperature over there. Ulrich, you were enjoying what Surbi was doing and actually following that. A global namaste to you. And what are your thoughts that, integrating yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, and bringing the confluence of the Indian knowledge system? Over to you, Rick, for a couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Yeah, I mean, one thing, definitely, I left India end of April. It was 40 degrees. It was too much for me. 1 week later, my friend said, oh, now we have 45 degrees. It would have been impossible for me, just impossible to survive. Anyway, I'm happy. Now I'm in Poland. We have 25, 30 degrees. It is nice. It is very nice weather. And about yoga, meditation, one person once said, we shouldn't say yoga and meditation because yoga includes meditation. Meditation is part of yoga because yoga is a union, so meditation is part of that. We shouldn't. But anyway, I really enjoyed the last two contributions. The meditation from Seema and the simple practices which Zobi showed us. I don't do so much. It would be helpful. I will try to start. And one thing is, because it's all about bringing our body in harmony, and we did one experiment recently with an instrument which can measure the chakras. And normally with people, the chakras are going like that. And after performing Agnihotra, the chakras were all in one line. So that is an interesting effect. And another thing is, one person who was doing transcendental meditation for decades. He was one of the first people in US who followed that. He told me after experiencing Agnihotra that normally it takes him 20 minutes to get into a deeper state of meditation. With Agnihotra, it was nearly immediately. So that shows if we create this atmosphere of this purified atmosphere of Agnihotra, then meditation follows is much easier. And of course, we also have to take care of the body, and that is something which modern people often neglect, including myself. So doing some simple yoga exercises, that is really would really help. And I really like that you said it's not about the posture to get an ideal posture. And one other yoga teacher once said, if it hurts, it is not yoga. But many people now, they do it as a sports, they want to be perfect. But that's not the idea of yoga. So I like that very much. So again, I take that as an impulse for me to do again a little bit of these exercises also. So I'm grateful to that.
Thank you, Ulrich. Ulrich has made it very clear. If you are hurting when you are doing simple yoga or yoga, maybe you are not doing yoga. You are doing gym fit or an exercise, which is not the right way. So take an expert's advice. Someone like Surbi or Seema, who runs the classes. Someone like Sri Shivam here, Acharya, who is a dean at Pune University and has actually imbibed science to it. Someone like Sri Srinath, who has gone next level and forced one of the state in, I think it's California, where he said, come on, we need university here. And they asked, university? Yes, we need university. And now they actually do accredited versions of masters, PhD, and further research, which is beautiful. Now, this is where you come in, Anukul.
Yes.
You, Ulrich, Sudhir, from different continents, different countries, are actually nurturing and a steering team for SATA, which is Science and Tradition Association, which actually stem from our common interest of all the people with the Indian Vedas, Vedic knowledge and Indian knowledge system, where we think we can bring science together with tradition and also embrace other traditions. So we already had the Tai Chi and the Qigong gang on Healing Our Earth. We have had the Homeopathy Supremo, Dr. Mukesh Batra, who is part of our team. We've got plenty of yoga, including the Ayush Ministry, and two of the people are part of Healing Our Earth. Isn't it wonderful, Anukul, that maybe you can include Acharya Sri Shivam, because he has got a slightly different style of putting curriculum into courses, and Sri, even better, because he has got the USA style conforming to the regulation, because you want to observe the local state requirements. Together, he stems from India originally, so has affinity to a lot of Indian knowledge system, and presently in America. So I think this confluence and chit-chat with everybody to merge science and tradition, so that every state or every country on the earth can refer to this association for guidance, that can be for quantum analysis, that can be a cure and prevention rather than, so go for prevention first and then maybe cure and then maybe stop it altogether. So it's beautiful. So Anukul, you have said, you did say hello to Sri, but maybe you can chit chat with Sri, Sri Srinath and Sri Shivam, till beautiful Seema. Surbi, make friends with all this group, because Seema, you travel, you are stemmed from East Africa, but you also lived in America. You are, of course, British now because you're in the United Kingdom. Surbi, you are in United States of America. This is what we love at Healing Our Earth. Without judging, without bias, share information with everybody. So Anukul, All yours, chit chat with everybody, and then Sri Srinath has got a comment as well. In a moment, we'll bring it in. Over to you, Anupul.
Oh, yes, I think it was fantastic listening to everyone, and particularly Apurwa's table that she had presented with all the types of yoga classifications and all. Insofar as my advice, and I'm not a yoga practitioner at all, I must confess, but when it comes to some of the patients who come and ask me, what should I go for? I said, go for anything, but I like that somebody told just now that if it hurts, it's not yoga. And that's perfectly the approach that I would like to take. And I just wish somebody like Surabhi Sharma would be there in our clinic to tell exactly what should be done and what should not be done. But at the same time, when it comes to telling the patients as to how they should be practicing yoga, one of the biggest things that we have in the patients is they have got many psychological disturbances as well. And they try to sort of overdo the yoga practices sometimes and underdo sometimes. So in order to do that, I tend to use the Ashtanga system to give an explanation. But I say that you must again follow a yoga teacher who will tell you exactly how to do it. But do not just take my words for granted. It's worth taking it that way because many of these patients have gone through all the kind of treatment, they have not improved. But I have just two small questions, and they are very pertinent. There are one is possibly could be straightforwardly answered by even Acharya Shivam is that there are basic natural attitudes of people which comes in the category of vasanas. How do you understand your own personal vasanas and how do you control that, and at what age should it be controlled and how? And the second part, which is a bit more complicated, is where is the role of karmic fall and things like that, and your outcomes with any kind of interventions.
So Acharya Sri Shivam, you go first, and then Sri Srinath, both will be able to answer them in their different style. Acharya Sri Shivam, you go first. Over to you.
So this is very important question, and I think it is very important to understand the people's attitude and behavior. When we see a human mind, people's attitude and behavior often come from their vasanas, the deep unconscious tendencies, their conditioning, the desires, their fears, their ego, and all the patterns, the past impressions. So if someone asks, who are we? So we are the accumulations of all the past experiences, all the past memories, all our conditioning, all desire, all fears. The way to deal with it is not by reacting unconsciously. We cannot force ourselves to remove all the vasanas. We cannot do that. Because the more we try to suppress our vasanas, the more multiplier effect we will see in our lives. So if someone is angry, and if that person is trying to suppress that anger, it is impossible to do that. And if a person is able to do that, the whole body mechanism will react in a very different way. The person may feel irritation in the body. The person may feel irritation in the behavior. And the body, mind itself will react in a different way. So this is not the way to react with the vasanas unconsciously. What we can do is, we have to become aware of our vasanas. We have to become sakshi. The word sakshi means, when we say pasya in Sanskrit, pasya means to watch, to see. So when the discussion was going on, what is the right way of meditation? Actually, the right way of meditation is to see. When we are able to see exactly what it is, then we are just aware about everything. So there are 2-3 things. First of all, we should not take everything personally. Our ego is so sensitive. It is like a balloon, and everyone is carrying a pin. So ego is so sensitive that we take everything so personally that the balloon gets burst very easily. Number one is, don't take everything personally. And the second, the most important thing is taking a pause before reaction. Usually we don't take a pause. If someone is saying bad words to me, immediately I want to say something. Immediately I want to respond. If I take a pause, then in that pause, there is a huge possibility. Then in that pause, there is so much to understand, about our own mind. And that pause can totally transform our reaction. And third, the most important thing is compassion. When we are compassionate enough, we will create healthy boundaries around us. So if we react with anger to anger, unconsciousness increases. If we remain aware, centered, which I just mentioned, is sthit pragya, the centered, the balanced one, and the calm, then we respond intelligently instead of reacting mechanically. So meditation helps because it creates a gap between stimulus and response. And in that gap, wisdom is born. So other people's vasanas are their responsibility, because many times we say that person has done bad to me, that's why I'm in response saying this. That is their business, that is their vasanas. What I can do is I can just be aware about everything. And the moment we become aware about our own faults, our own fears, our own suppressions, anger, and all the complexities, then gradually vasanas will dissolve on its own. So rather than suppressing the vasanas, we have to become aware and conscious about it. So it's like.
Thank you. And now, Srina, you've got a comment, and then in a simple format, you can answer. We can chit chat, and shortly we'll be closing as well. Wonderful to have all of you.
Namaste. Thank you for taking my question. Actually, one thing is actually it's a great union of so many minds and so many experience and so much knowledge. I would request the organizers to share a list of contacts so that we can be in communication together and individually. Okay, so I think that will be great benefit.
You have already got a contact number from Anakul. He will put you in touch with anybody else you like, anybody who is authorized. So it is on your chat, and as is with you, Sri Shivam, both of you have got the number. You can get in touch with Ulrich, Sudhir, Seema, whoever you like through Anakul, and then we can update you about the science and tradition associations ethos and how we can bring it together. You are all very valuable, and let's bring the Ayush's dream that they want to bring that not just within the Indians, but to the globe and the indigenous population. Go ahead, Sri. Carry on, please.
I can't beat what Acharya Shivamji said, but I'm going to share my other experience as generally as a teacher. A teacher, we observe that you have a class of 40. You don't teach to the students who are A students or F students. You teach, and then it is depends on the different vasanas, different abilities to absorb, and each will have their own experience. We have seen the same thing with our students in the yoga university, whereas they may come from different backgrounds. We have physicians, we have homemakers, we have software professionals, all kinds of people. But irrespective of their background, it is the ability for them to absorb what you tell them and how they react, all this is. And then Professor Acharya Shivamji has expressed, I think, very poignantly about all these aspects in a much 30,000 feet level. So I don't have anything more to add to it. I just wanted to make sure that we will all be in touch continually and collectively.
Thank you, Sri. Krishna, you're also in touch with our own team, Riddhi, Vyas. Even she can help you if you want. Anakul, maybe you can put the contact details later on a WhatsApp to both the Sris, Srinath and Sri Shivam, and keep Ulrich, Sudhir, everybody in touch. Seema, you are also connected. You got Anakul's number and Sudhi. So let's create the usual harmony that we do. At Healing Our Earth, we've got well over 7,000 contributors like yourself. globally from 180 different countries. And on this purpose, for this, today yoga and meditation is very important that we can share it particularly to indigenous people of the country of your choice, not just the Indians. Some of the Indians or Indians, because it's naturally there, take it sort of lightly or really practice it, but the indigenous people go out of the way. One example we got is Ulrich. Long way back, he used to love disco and beer in Germany. And then he had affinity and fell in love with Agnihotra and Homa. And today, he has got so many friends who believe in that. And they practice Agnihotra. He's in Poland right now. Every night, they do Agnihotra there. Ulrich was there in just prior to mid-April. He attended many universities, and one of the science-related experiment they did was with the chakra, where he actually saw it balanced from being everywhere to balance. And Ulrich is part of our SATA team in a senior steering committee there as well. Sri Srinath, Sri Shivam, you can connect to him. You got Anukul's number. Anukul, you can throw them my Telegram or my Messenger. I'm on Messenger and Telegram. Keep in touch. Sri Shivam, you're already on my Messenger, so we can communicate here. So, it's so beautiful that if we can share in whatever way we know and however we've expanded, because both Sri Shivam and Sri Srinath have actually experienced putting it in a curriculum format. Now, if we can train young generation now, so all of you will remember in the school you had extracurricular activities like PE, physical education, or vernacular, depending where you are, learning different language. Well, why is there no health? Why is there no yoga? Why is there no integrated Ayush way? So Ayush Ministry of India is very keen to spread the word. Those who like it can adopt it. Those who don't can say goodbye to it. And those who actually take advantage of it may improve their life. It's just simple practices. The pharma companies were not there from 200 years back. There were no pharma. We didn't have doctors as such. In India, they were called Vyas, and elsewhere they were called physician. Now we got doctors, we got pharma company which tells you what your blood pressure should be, what your sugar level should be, because they can sell the medicines accordingly. But let's go back to the Indian knowledge system, which is founded very simply on a ground level basis. Sudhir, your comment. Surbi, welcome. How do you feel at Healing Our Earth? Surbi, this is your first episode ever at Healing Our Earth. What do you feel when you were here, and how is the experience for you?
It was really, really great. I am truly grateful that Seema introduced me to this panel, and so many great minds here. Spirituality, yoga, meditation, this is all it is about, and so many good, I think Acharya Sri Shivam ji, Sri Srinath ji, I am nothing compared to them knowledge-wise, but it was really great to hear everybody. I would love to continue with this.
So, number one, nobody is nothing. Everybody is very highly talented. Even a child that is born, that child from 0 to 6 months knows how to attract you by throwing in a smile. And then as they grow, like Acharya Sri Shivam and Sri Srinathji, they have actually gone through the process from almost thinking, being nothing, to now becoming leaders. So nobody is nothing. Everybody is very valuable. Just keep on contributing. Very keen to bring the Indian knowledge system in a simple format so the consumer can understand. Sometimes the experts come with superb presentation and everything, but only few people of the same level understand. How can you distribute your information in a simple form? So Patanjali has been there for several centuries. But this one person who was written off, Swami Ramdev, what he's called now, then he was Baba Ramdev. He became world famous in 2006, and I was lucky. It was me who did that event in London. And ever since from there, yoga and meditation is now yoga, including meditation now. Now we got a meditation open day as well. We got yoga. And the important bit is how can you teach the consumer, the end user, without complicating, that they can understand in a simplistic form. So I think it's very beautiful that each and every one of you have a lot of contribution to give. Anukul, keep in touch. Srinath, please keep in touch. You are linked with our team, Riddhi, Vyas as well. You can know, but I think Srinath, you can go way beyond just the contribution, because setting up a university, having some data, having some study, having some scientific knowledge merging with tradition. You particularly mentioned that you were keen in promoting yoga and Ayurveda. Now, isn't that beautiful? So I'm very sure that you are in touch with the local consulate there in America. Every country ambassador of India has been told that in this International Yoga Day, also include Ayurveda. And of course, it goes in together. The Ayush Minister is very happy. So we are so proud that each one of you are actually involved in sharing this knowledge. Anakul, you can conclude now, and we can wind up with a nice long Gayatri mantra, and it'll be very nice. Sri Srinath, you have of course been on Healing Our Earth before, and Vayu has played quite a big role. Earlier we had a long Vayu section as well. A lot of people were there, and I think there's suddenly so many tens of them that came on a private Zoom, and we had a very good chit chat. What are your thoughts of sharing our Indian knowledge system at a consumer level to the indigenous population of each relevant countries?
Yeah, that's a very good question. See, our student body, we have students from UK, we have students from Netherlands, Brazil, Qatar, Tunisia, Bharat, of course, Singapore, and China. So it's kind of, we have inquiries from Australia, but that alone tells you that these are students who are interested in doing a graduate level program, masters or masters leading to PhD. We call it MS PhD and so on. So the interest is there. We have been not been very active in marketing, because we wanted to establish the university first, and it is almost 7 to 8 years of work to just get accreditation from the US Department of Education. So that's what we have been concentrating on. But currently we have only Masters of Yoga, Master of Science in Yoga, and Masters of, rather PhD in Yoga. But our interest, the mission of the university is to focus on Indian knowledge systems. I know that next year when we get the full accreditation, we can start a law school, medical school, engineering, whatever you want. We are not interested in that. We are interested in as long as anything that's focused with the Indian knowledge system. For instance, yogi leadership. There is a friend of mine who wrote a book, beautiful book on called Power Within, on Modi ji's life. Okay, his name is Balu Balasubramaniam. He has been educated both in Bharat in a traditional way. He's a physician himself, and now works for Modi ji as a part of the Niti Aayog. And he has, when he was studying at Harvard, he developed a course on comparing the Eastern style leadership to Western style leadership. Now that's something that we would like to present it to United States and the world. Okay, and that's you may call it management or whatever. For me, it is Indian knowledge systems. The same thing for multiple things that Bharat has been able to contribute from the ancient to continue. It's a continual, it is an existing continual civilization. So I believe that the IKS is the foundation of why we have been called Yoga University, but really we could have been called Indian knowledge system or Bharatiya Samskriti Parampara. That's what I would like to think about.
Brilliant. Nicely summarized. You saw a smile on Ulrich's face. When we had initial meeting in SATA, he made it very clear that science and tradition is good, but what excited me was my affinity to the Indian knowledge system. And today, vociferously, he loves promoting Agni Hotra and Homa therapy for several years now. with lots of people from right up to Australia, Poland, Germany, India connected to him. So it's so wonderful. Anukul, time to wind up now with a nice Gayatri mantra. Let's just take a quick comment from Ulrich and Sri Shivam before we close. Ulrich, you go first, and Sri Shivam.
Can I just say one thing? Because of very good news. Yoga, meditation, and Ayurveda, they all come together. And now, and Ayurveda is the medicine for the future, because the present medicine, it is a dead end. We know that. And so Ayurveda is very important, but for Ayurveda, most of the medicines are based on herbs. And herbs suffer from this environmental pollution like we humans do. So we did one study together with the University of Lucknow, which showed that plants grown in Homa atmosphere, they have a higher medical value than plants from outside. It was neem, tulsi, curry, and bale. And they applied extracts of these plants to human cancer cells in the cell culture and found out that the cell viability, cancer cell viability, goes down if they apply these extracts of the plants grown in Homa atmosphere. So I think that is a breakthrough result which we had, and very important, and that got published. I'm still excited. Just a couple of days ago, we got it finally published. So I wanted to share that because that is a really important thing, which shows the direction in which we have to go. Definitely Ayurveda, but also the quality of the herbs with which you produce the medicines is very, very important. So that is one thing. Now we try to get a comprehensive research project. We'll approach Ayush. We will see. Okay, that was my last word. Thank you.
Ulrich, what a wonderful news. Anukul, you are now maybe in a WhatsApp connection, or all of you have got Anukul's number. If you could drop your contact to Anukul, or go back to your introducer over here, who will give you the number. That put it on the chat for each one of you. If you could connect with Anukul, he can then, Ulrich is some of his studies, he can share them with you. Sudhir is doing a wonderful toolkit for children and adults, how you can grow things. So that's good for environment, because Sudhir's field is more agriculture and environment and enhancing sustainability in the globe, which is beautiful. Acharya Sri Shivam has got multiple hats on him because he's a dean at the university there. So he can be part of so many things. So please, let's go and flourish. Let's have a last comment from Sri Shivam, and then Anukul, you can wind up and finish with Gayatri Mantra.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank, and such a beautiful work we all are doing here, and we are connecting here. And thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. So on your Indian knowledge system thing, I would like to say that in national education policy in Bharat, we have Indian knowledge system mandatory. But some schools and colleges, what they are doing is they are just preserving the ancient wisdom, which is very good. But Indian knowledge system is not merely the preservation of ancient wisdom. It is the science of human consciousness, refined over thousands of years through direct inner exploration. So in today's world, if I see young minds, they are receiving immense information, immense amount of information, yet very little understanding of their own inner world. So we are teaching people how to build careers, but rarely how to understand the mind, emotions, attention, suffering, relationship. We can see nowadays there's so much relationship issues. And the inner disconnect is becoming one of the deepest crises of modern civilization. So what touches me about IKS is that its foundation is experiential, not ideological. If you see all the Upanishads, they're all experiential. It is not just theory, it is total experiential. So the rishis were not philosophers in the ordinary sense. They were explorers of consciousness. They were actually scientists. Through meditation, observation, breath awareness, sound, movement, and silence, they investigated the nature of human existence itself. So when young people are introduced to these dimensions in a contemporary and experiential way, not as a dogma, but as a living wisdom, something profound happens. This is my personal experience. And they become less reactive. They become more aware, more rooted within themselves. Their intelligence becomes integrated with sensitivity, which is missing nowadays. So their ambition becomes balanced with awareness. So practices from the Indian wisdom tradition, whether yoga, dhyana, and the odd 8 limbs of Patanjali, Yam, Niyam, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi, all. So they are not escape mechanism from life. They are technologies for inner balance and expanded consciousness. And I believe this is deeply needed globally today, especially in cities like West, where cultures, identities, pressures, and possibilities intersect so intensely. There is growing longing not only for achievement, but for meaning, stillness, and authentic connection, which is missing. So for me, sharing IKS with young minds in my university is not about teaching India to the world. It is about helping human beings reconnect with themselves. So this is, I felt like sharing with you.
Brilliant. So, Anukul, let's go. Acharya mentioned young minds, and Apurva, who is daughter of Sri Srinath,
Yes.
right at the PhD level. And we go beyond younger than Apurva as well, and then bring information at the consumer level, not at a student or experts level, because the more consumer level information we bring, the more the movement will be, which will be beautiful. And maybe, Anukul, it's a time to share with people what's going to happen in the next few weeks at Healing Our Earth, and then you can conclude and thank everybody. So, Anukul, future episodes on Healing Our Earth. Next week, we are bringing kids and teens, children. This is our own brand, the Z, and we removed S and put Z just for fun. And this is right up to 18-year-olds, all the teenagers, where they've got talent. They may be singer, poets, arts and craft, designers. They may know even how they would want to tell parents how they should be having parenting done, and some experts will be coming the following week. And if you know anybody and you want to recommend, we are generally fully packed, but we can include in our chit chat session. The following week, Sudhir loves this because he's an environmentalist and he loves agriculture. The World Environment Day on 7th June at Healing Our Earth. We are always on a Sunday, so we find the nearest Sunday to it. Our land, our future. Basically, the choice is ours, how to respect our earth. So that's on 7th June. On the 14th, summer, we've got a lot of summertime recipes. You see at the moment, India is completely on a heat wave, as is London. So we are going to bring some cool summer recipes. Vegan and vegetarian is what we do over here with the plant-based. So achieving good health gastronomically. So again, they're all free sessions. And the following week, the world famous now, it happens to be on the actual day on a Sunday. Lots of people earlier, Sanjay came from Uganda. We initiated Croatia last year to start Far Eastern countries, where Alexandra Horwood, our Healing Our Earth person with the embassy, did the International Yoga Day there. So here, all the yoga experts are invited and bring something, or if something is happening in your city and your country and you are involved, come live and show it to us, as long as there is no copyright music being played, because we transmit our programs on local channels and international channels. So it goes through a lot of different channels in different countries. So we can't use any copyright music or material. So these are the next 4 beautiful episodes that we got lined up. And then in July, we're going to have Guru Purnima episode. Anakul, time to consolidate, get in touch with everybody, keep Amrita and everybody together. And please thank everybody and Gayatri Mantra, and off we go home.
Thank you very much for everybody. We're going to get lots of information from everyone. Please do communicate to me. I'll try to respond as quickly as I can. So let us start with Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuvatsva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayunah Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvatsva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayunah प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः.
This is beautiful. So as we say goodbye to all the people who have actually contributed today, we thank them wholeheartedly, including you, Anakul, and all the people who've been here right from the start. And now we are private. You can sing, dance, and do whatever you like. Nobody's looking to us. And remember, if you want to share the same link that you had of the YouTube, it now becomes a recorded link on the website, Facebook. You can send it to people. In Australia, people are sleeping. Thailand, Singapore, they can watch it tomorrow. It's beautiful. So please keep in touch. All the authorized people have got the number over here. You've got Anakul's number. You can WhatsApp him. And you can please connect with each other, join the SATA group association. That association is purely to bring science and tradition. And it doesn't stop with just Indian, Tai Chi, Qigong, Africa. We are very keen with bringing their tradition to merge with us. AI is one of the chapters. We will bring AI, artificial intelligence technology in here, share with people. Seema, you are connected elsewhere. Subi, you are connected. Sri Srinath, because of the university and what we have done. What we are very keen is to see if we can penetrate right from the nursery level to primary and secondary to the student and start making them realize that the free utilities that the God is or Almighty not charging, which is the sun, the water, the air, oxygen, okay, and the plant-based food given to us. If they start charging us, we are in trouble.
In trouble.
So if you love your life, if you love the earth, start from literally from the 3-year-olds and let them, and they can even teach us how the earth can be saved and everything. So thank you, each and every one of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. We love you. Healing Our Earth is your platform. You can bring any experts. Do tell us in advance, and we keep some buffer times as well. And till next time, see you and keep safe and be happy, be peaceful, and be healthy.